Good morning, everyone. I think we'll go ahead and get started. Thank you, everyone who's here in the room and for everyone who's online. I'm Mary Wall, Chair of the Fish and Wildlife Commission, and I'd like to call the Friday, March 20 meeting to order. I'll ask the other commissioners to introduce themselves, starting with the Vice Chair.
Good morning, I'm Becky Hatfield Hyde, and I live in east of Bend in the high desert and also in the Klamath Basin. So glad to be here.
Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hugh Morrison, still relatively new on the commission. Glad to be here with you all today. I'm out of Portland, but definitely view the role as representing the state. So glad to be here in a southern portion of the state.
Good morning, everyone. Dave Moldal. I live in Portland, Oregon. Great to be here this morning.
Let's go to you, Mark.
Good morning, Mark Labhart. I live in Sisters. Thanks for the great weather that you provided.
A little warm. Yeah, good morning. Also, Bob Spellbrink, Celeste, Oregon.
And we'll go to our online commissioner.
Good morning, Dallas Hall DeFries from Eastern Oregon. I'm in Baker County. Sorry, I'm not there in person. I had a work event that precluded me from being able to travel over, but good to see everybody. And it was 80 degrees here in Baker City yesterday too. So we had maybe too warm of weather across the state, but it was nice.
It was nice. I want to take just a moment, if I could, to, on behalf of the commission, thank the Southwest Region staff for the tour yesterday. They're always a highlight for the commissioners, but it was a great job. Putting that much together is a remarkable feat. So thank you to Mike Govan and Matthew Vargas, who I don't see yet, but maybe he'll be here later. Jade Keene also played a key role, and Tawny Slavin, Ryan Battleson. We got to see these tours connect a lot of stuff for us, a lot of pieces for us. And yesterday was a great example of that. We saw demonstrations of treatments in the riparian area for fire and across the landscape so that those areas could be more resilient, experimental pieces, trying to figure this out as we go and as climate change changes the world for us. It was also especially useful to see the coalitions that have built up over time in this area that ODF&W is part of. And just to thank a few of those, TNC, the Southern Oregon Land Conservancy, Rogue River Watershed Council, there were a lot of them. Southern Oregon Forest Collaborative, the Klamath Bird Conservancy, Lomakatsi Freshwater Trust, and I'm leaving out a few, I'm sure, but it was a remarkable show of what can be built when there's a huge piece to deal with, and we and they are all working toward the same end. So thank you to everyone who put that together. So I think with that, I'll go right to the director's report then.
Sounds good. Good morning, everyone. I'm Debbie Colbert, and I'm the Director of Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Would you like to check in with Michelle to see if there's any?
Yes.
Good morning. I'm Michelle Tate. I'm here to support the commission and the director to have this meeting today. First, I'd like to thank the Roxy Ann Grange for providing us this beautiful facility to hold our meeting today, and Beatrice Kitchen for the catering. For those that are joining us online in advance, I'd like to thank you for your understanding if we encounter any kind of connectivity issues. And in the room, just a real quick note, most importantly, the restrooms are to the right of the kitchen. There's a little hallway there. And this is, I'm going to ask staff and everyone, this is a small space. If you have side conversations, I'd like to ask you to take them out to the dining room so we don't have any disruption to the meeting. Thank you.
And introduce yourself too, since I forgot to ask you to.
I introduced myself as director. So for the director's report, we always have our field reports, which are in written form. They're on our website, and I think kind of the tours along with these field reports are such a great way to get a sense of the depth and breadth of work of the department. And I'll just echo Chair Wall's thanks and recognition for the outstanding tour yesterday, and also just acknowledge Phil Simpson, who is our manager for the watershed, who led much of that effort of pulling things together. It was really outstanding, and it was so interesting. At one point in the tour, one of our speakers identified herself as a Gen Z, and just talked about kind of what it meant to her as kind of a continuing generation to see the collaboration that has happened in this basin in the face of some really pretty gnarly problems. I always find the tours inspirational, but hearing her words kind of just, you know, it's like, these are really pretty amazing things that folks are doing because they're doing it together. And I'm just really proud of Oregon. I tell people that I'm an Oregonian by choice. Moved here almost 30 years ago to go to Oregon State University, and we never left because we fell in love, my husband and I, with Oregon. And just every day I see things that I think really differentiate the way that Oregon approaches some of the toughest of our day. And it just makes me proud to be here and live in this state. So anyway, so I really hope you'll get a chance to look at these field reports. It's like, they just get better and better. I don't even know how it's possible, because I say that every meeting, I think, but it really runs the range of kind of work we're doing on Golden Eagles, some of our own properties that have been affected by fire. And 5 years later, we're finally able to open the doors on our new Klamath Hatchery building that was destroyed in the 2020 fire. So just a lot of great stuff. And it is on our website for members of the public that are interested in checking it out. The last item for my report is just want to acknowledge some really good news from the short session. We were really excited to see the passage of House Bill 4134 by the legislature. This is, a lot of folks call it the 1.25% for wildlife bill. And it was a quite remarkable group of folks that worked on that effort, and just want to express just deepest gratitude to Representative Helms, Representative Owens, Senator Golden, Senator Nash, and many, many other. It was a bipartisan bill. Just gratitude to all of those legislators that worked so hard on that bill. And then just the, I think, unprecedented coalition of groups that worked on it as well. Everyone from Oregon Wild to Western Environmental Law Center, Oregon Cattlemen's Association, Oregon Hunters Association, the Farm Bureau, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation. I mean, it's dangerous to start listing because there were so many defenders. I don't want to hurt any or not acknowledge, but really a huge coalition of folks that worked on that. So that bill becomes effective January 1st, 2027. So, really kind of for the commissioners and for the revenue that will be generated for those programs that it funds, like our State Wildlife Action Plan and a number of other things, we're really looking at next biennium for building the programs that are associated with that. So you will see more about that as we enter into our budget building process, and we will be working very close with our stakeholders on kind of how we propose to build out the programs associated with that. But just really just exciting. And I think, again, another reason for Oregon to feel proud, I think it's on par with the beach bill, right? Like, I mean, every state in our nation has struggled with a way to sustain species that are not hunted and fished. And I think there's only maybe one, maybe two that actually have figured out a solution. And so Oregon is definitely leading the way, and just really grateful for all the work that went into that.
Okay.
So with that, we could go to the financial report, and we have Ken Laffey, our Chief Operating Officer.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, Ken Laffink, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Pleased to be here this morning with you in sunny Medford to deliver the agency's financial report. For For the month ending January 31st, 2026, the department's unrestricted cash balance ended at $68.3 million and restricted cash finished at $91.8 million for a total of $160.1 million in custody at State Treasury. And as I mention every month, but I'm going to continue to do it, the unrestricted cash balance does include $17 million in insurance proceeds dedicated for Rock Creek Hatchery for damages that were incurred there during the 2020 wildfires. So true unrestricted cash minus insurance funds is $51.3 million. Also, as a reminder, to ensure sufficient capital for department operations, our goal is to maintain approximately 3 months of operating reserves within our unrestricted cash balance. And I'll just report that currently our average monthly cost from the unrestricted cash account is about 16 to 17 million. So 51.3 million in that account is right about where we want it. Moving on to expenditure and revenues, and I'll just state for 25-27 thus far, everything is tracking as expected. On the revenue front, returns on 2026 license sales so far are good, and generally keeping pace with or exceeding sales in 2025. With our fee increase being implemented in 2026 and with the addition of a new product to our catalog, the Ocean Endorsement, it's a little challenging to directly compare sales in 2025 to this year. But what I can say is that thus far through February in 2026, sales are about 27% ahead of revenues, or 27% ahead of where they were at this time in 2025. And when we think about our fee increase being generally in the range of 12 to 14%, some products a little higher, some products a little lower, I think it's fair to assume, to look at that 27% number positively and say that we haven't seen any noticeable decline, and actually sales have been quite good. Further analysis of like products purchased support that with general increases across the majority of our product types as compared to 2025. It is early, so it's something to continue to look at really closely. I also just want to state that sometimes our license sales can be very condition dependent, right? If it's sunny and warm out, folks tend to want to get off the couch and go out and recreate. And so obviously we've had a lot of that here early in the year. So we'll see how things go in the spring. And I'll just say that obviously we're going to be watching this really closely, and we'll be reporting back on a monthly basis with you all. But so far, so good. Moving on now to the 25-27 biennium budget update. So as we've discussed here the last 3 or 4 meetings, due to projected shortfalls in the state general fund and lottery fund budgets, ODFW, along with all other state agencies, were required to submit reduction options totaling 5% of agency allocations for lottery fund and general fund. These reduction options were provided to the legislature for their consideration to potentially use during the short session to balance the state's budget for general fund and lottery fund in 25-27. The end of session budget bill for this short session that just concluded Friday, March 6th. The end of session budget bill was House Bill 5204, which was passed right at the deadline, right at like 4:56 on March 6th before they closed. Does include some reductions for ODFW. The bill includes $159,999 in general fund reductions. Does not include any lottery fund reductions, and the entirety of that $159,999 is all vacancy savings that the department has already accrued. I think in December, I spoke about the multi-pronged approach that we took to developing this list, and we really prioritized and tiered it out, with vacancy savings being kind of like higher on the list. And so these vacancy savings were calculated from positions that were general fund positions that were vacant during the first quarter of the biennium. So really just the first 3 months of the biennium. And while I'd rather not have any reductions because of that, it's really something that we can absorb within our operations without much impact to our programs. And just to provide some context on the list, our 5% general fund list totaled $3.75 million, 5% lottery fund totaled $378,000, and included some program supply funds, positional impacts, that sort of thing, in addition to the vacancy savings. So I just want to provide some context of, obviously we're nervous about this and something we're watching really closely. And I think the end result for ODFW is really positive. The budget bill, I'll just note, if you look through the budget bill, it does include some other adjustments for ODFW that I'll just summarize here briefly. First, the bill includes increases across all funds to account for cost of living allowances and other adjustments that occurred after the legislature approved the biennium budget. So generally speaking, we see this happen. Legislature approves the budget in June. Our collective bargaining agreement is then ratified at a later date. And sometimes that includes like cost of a living allowances that weren't included in the legislatively approved budget. And so in order to make adjustments to the budget to account for those additional figures, the legislature has to approve that in the short session. And it's just that we've received each of the last several biennia, but it is predicated on having funds available and approval by the legislature. And I'll just say that we were very nervous this go around that we wouldn't receive that because of the aforementioned shortfall discussion. But we did receive it. And so those positive adjustments will be added to our budget along with the reductions I just talked about. Additionally, the budget bill does include a requested increase of $1.5 million in other funds limitation, which is insurance money dedicated to the Klamath Hatchery rebuild, which we just talked about in the field report. We just had a little bit of that money left over that was needed to finish up the project here, which I think just concluded in January. So got that added to our budget. And then last, the budget bill includes a transfer of $3.1 million in OSP anti-poaching campaign general fund from ODFW's budget to OSP's budget. This is really about efficiency. The way it works now, ODFW receives the money. That money all goes to OSP. They bill us on a monthly basis, and then we provide payment. By cutting us out and just providing that money to OSP, it just makes things a lot more efficient, less administrative burden. We're not having that back and forth, and it just makes a lot of sense. And I work closely with OSP's leadership on this move, and it just makes sense for both agencies. So quite a bit to unpack here with the budget bill, and a lot, frankly, that we were nervous about budget-wise, but overall, just a very positive outcome for ODFW. Last, I'll speak to the 27-29 budget development. Development of the 27-29 agency request budget is ongoing, with administrators currently working on draft narratives for our preliminary policy option packages. And just this week, Debbie and I attended the official budget kickoff meeting presented by the Department of Administrative Services Chief Financial Office. There, they kind of unveiled and talked through the official budget instructions, and really no surprises. Here, we talked about it a little bit of what we were expecting last month. And that is because of though we're a balance now for 25-27 for general fund and lottery fund, the outlook remains very tight, I'll just say. So there's not a lot of extra money that they're projecting. And so the official budget instructions are that if there's any policy option packages presented by the department for lottery fund or general fund, that they're going to have to be budget neutral, meaning we'd have to cut somewhere to do something different. So budget neutral policy option packages for general fund, lottery fund. The meeting also talked through several key deadlines that we're going to have to work through and some of the process that we're going to go through with our chief financial office. The first main deadline, there's a bunch of other little stuff, but the main one for us is providing our preliminary policy option packages to the DAS Chief Financial Office and the Governor's Office by April 17th for them to review that initial list. The process in general for 27-29 budget development is very similar to 25-27, with several checks throughout the way, working very closely with our Governor's Office and Chief Financial Office on the budget development package in general. Overall, the approval of all of our packages that'll be added to our budget will occur from the CFO, Chief Financial Office, and the Governor's Office in late May. And of course, we'll be presenting our agency request budget to you all at the June commission meeting. Last, we have scheduled our first budget stakeholder meeting, which will occur online and in person at ODFW headquarters on Tuesday, April 7th. Meeting invites and information on that will be going out to our stakeholders very soon. And I'll provide some more information to you all on budget development in general and a recap of that meeting at our April commission meeting. But that's where things stand at the moment for budget development. Thanks for your time today, and happy to answer any questions.
So thanks, Ken. Great report as usual. Just for the public's benefit, could you just really kind of at a 50,000-foot level explain the stakeholder advisory committee so that people know how we involve the public in the development of the upcoming budget?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. We've kind of evolved this process over time, but it's a really important opportunity for us to connect with our stakeholders, talk about a little bit of what I just talked about, what the process is, what are some of our limitations in building the budget, what are we seeing, share projections on our license funds, our expenditures, really provide an overall status of like the state of ODFW and how that information kind of frames itself up to work itself into what we're thinking about for 27, 29. This first meeting is really about just making those connections, talking through some of the things we're working through. And then the second meeting, we're gonna have another meeting later in May is when we're gonna bring back some of our actual policy option packages and talk through them and garner support, help us prioritize. But really, I think the main impetus is a way for us to connect with our stakeholders, offer a chance for back and forth, get feedback, questions, and just kind of share what's going on. So in addition to this larger, kind of more formal stakeholder engagement, like our administrators and others are also working kind of closely one-on-one with folks on different budget elements. But I would say the most important thing is just ability to connect with folks and be transparent about what we're seeing, what we're looking at, and share some good information. Thank you.
One other, or actually two quick questions. Ken, if you could say a little bit about just to follow up on Commissioner Laphardt's question about the stakeholder group, are they the 7th is coming up fairly fast. Are they already they're already established, that group? And then I have one other question.
Yeah.
Maybe just to kind of add to what the evolving, we actually really don't even run it like a committee anymore.
Yeah.
It's more of a y'all come. I just was saying, like, we need to call it something different, and y'all come is not really gonna work. So we just it's everybody.
Yeah.
So we've morphed it from having kind of invited committee to really just any stakeholder, all of our, partners that engage with us on programs. So does that get at your question, Chair Wall?
Yeah, it's not a VIP only, right? We want everybody to come, right? We do have our list of folks that we work with that we'll reach out to, but forward it along, right? Like, we want people to see what we're doing.
Thank you. The other one is,
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
the other question is, I have to ask because I will be asked as soon as I get home on this one. The Port Orford area is really attached to its Marine Reserve, and we'll always ask about any cuts that we have. And I know they're minor compared to what could have happened. But could you say anything in terms of the Marine program and the Marine Reserves?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioners. So of that $159,999, it's kind of broken out in the budget bill. I think it's 80,000 Fish Division, 60,000 Wildlife Division, and like 15,000 administration. And it's all based on what positions were vacant, in that first 3 months of the biennium. And there were Marine program being a big recipient of general fund. There were several positions within the Marine program that were vacant during that time.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think I'm trying to picture my spreadsheet. Exact numbers I won't get you, but probably in the range of $20,000, $30,000, $30,000, I'll say. And again, I'd rather not have it, right? Like vacancy savings is really like one of our main tools that we use for flexibility throughout the biennium, right? Like we can hold positions open to garner some savings, to account for costs that are unexpected, things like that. So it is an impact, but the fact that, it's not like, that savings has already been accrued. It was early on in the biennium, right? It's relatively small. I really do think like we can make those adjustments. And then if you add in the salary pot adjustment I talked about, which is adding,
Great.
I think for the most part, like we can make those adjustments without programs really even know the operational impact. So.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thanks, Keith. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. Great report. You do a great job of boiling down a whole heck of a lot of detail to just the key points that we need to hear, and I appreciate that. I just wanted to come back to, sounds like a really good move to switch to direct funding to OSP for the anti-poaching program. Just two related questions on that. One, is that a permanent move, so that'll be baked into future year budgets? And two, does that represent the total amount of funding that OSP gets for that anti-poaching campaign?
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Morrison, first part, yes, it's a permanent move. But also with the passage of House Bill 4134, it'll change things up a little bit, right? So 4134 does have some anti-poaching enforcement in it, and it'll kind of be swapped out for that general fund for OSP. But to answer your question directly, yes, that's a permanent switch, and it just makes sense for both agencies. It's also not without precedent. We did this early on. Our anti-poaching funds include some DOJ prosecution time, and we made the decision with DOJ a couple biennium ago that money should just go directly to DOJ, right, and not have ODFW be the middle agency. So it will be permanent, but like the calculus will the process will change a little bit with the passage of 4134. And then, yes, 3.1 million is the entirety of the OSP portion of the anti-poaching campaign funds. ODFW still has 600,000, 800,000 anti-poaching campaign funds that we use internally, but that 3.1 million is the entirety of the OSP general fund anti-poaching campaign.
Thank you.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your work during the short session. It's always really fast paced. So lot to track.
Say the least.
So next we have the Climate and Ocean Change Policy Report, and just want to invite Troy Abercrombie up to join us. Troy is the program manager at the Department of Ag, covering programs related to both native and noxious plants.
Yeah.
Right. And just before we kick off this presentation, just want to give you a quick update on the governor's executive order on climate resiliency. And partly because Troy was there and participated in the recent charrette that we did. You'll recall that the governor passed or issued this executive order focused on resiliency of Oregon's lands and waters. The first phase of that executive order was for ODFW and OWEB leadership to convene a process around identifying key resiliency attributes for lands and waters. We were really fortunate to get some funding from the Ocean Climate Action Commission, and we're able to hire Oregon Consensus to help us with the process of identifying those attributes. And just about 2 weeks ago, they helped us with a 3-day charrette, which is really this format. I haven't really done it, so I'll just mention it in case others are unfamiliar with it, but it's really like a 3-day fast-paced product, production. So the first day we invited a lot of very kind of more technical experts, people that had worked in resiliency in other states or places, but really kind of the experts. And we kicked off that day, and our goal was to have a first draft of the attributes by the end of the day. Couldn't believe it. We actually did it.
Wow.
And there was just so much and Troy, you get to have the final say on how I'm characterizing this, but really great work done, a lot of breakout, a lot of real-time work. So then, that night staff kind of work it, and I just have to give a shout out to Sarah Reif, because of course she's on the front line of supporting all of this effort, and they kind of clean it up. And then the next day we started with a conversation with many of the staff from Oregon's tribes joined us, and we shared with them what we had produced, and we asked for their advice and feedback and thoughts. And it was a wonderful conversation. And I think, as a participant, Troy, you'll have to say what you think. It really deepened. When they finished, we went back to work and we made a lot of changes that I think just deepened and brought so much more value to those attributes. And so then that was the end of day 2. And then day 3, we brought in more of the agency staff that will be implementing this executive order. And we shared the draft attributes, and we talked about kind of, did we get it right as a first pass? What are going to be some indicators of these attributes? How do we measure it? And just really kind of got that conversation going with the agencies that are going to be responsible for this. So our goal was to kind of get like the 80% there. Now we're cleaning up the work products from the 3 days, getting it all posted. OWEB has created a web page. We're getting that all posted, and then we're going to be seeking input. We're going to be doing a series of just Sarah and I and others showing up at lots of different venues to just talk to folks about kind of, here's what we have and what do you think? I'm hoping to come back with those drafts just to share with you at your next meeting and get your thoughts on them. But it was quite the effort, really exhausting 3 days, but I think we did a good job. So, and I really appreciate Troy being there. And I just feel like so excited about, we've always been great, I think, partners, our 2 agencies. but with the native seed strategy and the work that Troy has done, it's just, I feel like it's just getting better every day. So it's great to have you here and looking forward to hearing more about the native seed strategy.
Thanks, Director Colbert, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission. Thanks for having me today. For the record, my name is Troy Abercrombie. I manage 2 regulatory programs at the Department of Ag, one of which is the Native Plant Conservation Program. The other is statewide noxious weed control program. I also lead our 2 House Bill 3409 natural working lands funded projects. One of them our Rangeland Health Initiative, the other one, the Oregon Native Seed Strategy. I'll echo Director Colbert's sentiments. It was a really inspiring 3 days as we tried to work through developing those resiliency attributes. We had a lot of people in the room, the right people in the room. But what was astounding to me is that even with all of our different statutory mandates, our missions and visions and our focuses, there was so much consensus across such a large group about what's important and what we should focus on. And for a government show to come out of 3 days of going back and forth and realize we were all on the same page was pretty neat and inspiring. So both of our natural working lands funded projects have strong intersections with the work that ODFW does, but I'm going to talk specifically about one of them today, the Oregon Native Seed Strategy, and specifically how it integrates with the State Wildlife Act. Try to put some contextual cues in there about how it ties in with Executive Order 2526. You all have been given a copy of the seed strategy. I encourage you to take that home with you. It's also available online. I'm not sure if it made it into your board material, but I can provide it if anyone's interested later. We did do a deep analysis on seed strategy and how it supports Executive Order 2526. And so I can provide that briefing if it didn't make it into your packets. But we very much feel like the seed strategy and the State Wildlife Action Plan are 2 of the building blocks for Oregon's wildlife, and really excited about how they interact with each other. See if I can figure out this slide delay here.
It might depend on which button,
I think we got it. It's a fairly significant delay. So
I'm okay staying on that picture because it's really gorgeous.
It's a pretty one. Yeah, it's a pretty one. I pushed the button, so I'm going to let it go at the risk of advancing too far. Look at that. There we go. So I think the first building blocks we look to is Oregon's really incredibly diverse landscapes that facilitate us being one of the most botanically diverse states in the nation. And that is the diversity that the Native Seed Strategy aims to protect and conserve and restore. But that is certainly an endeavor that faces multiple and immense challenges. Oh, look at that. We're cooking now. As you are all familiar with, the altered fire regimes, the pressure from invasive species, and our continually changing climate, really creating a vicious cycle out on the landscape that's pushing our soils to their breaking point. They're depleted of nutrients, devoid of really important biological processes, and because of that invasion fire cycle that's going on, severely depleted in their native seed banks. The impairment of those plant communities and the soils then cascades to our waterways, and collectively those conditions put our fish and wildlife, those habitats and those ecosystem services that those places provide in a pretty precarious position. Thankfully, for your part, you have created the SWAP, and we very much view it as the state's blueprint for maintaining and restoring those natural working lands and waters, fish and wildlife populations and their habitats. We think that the recent revision is a job well done by ODFW, and we were really grateful to be included in that process. For our part, we recognize that achieving the goals of the SWAP is an effort that will really require an extensive toolbox, and we feel like the Oregon Native Seed Strategy is a strong tool, and its sole function is to return our lands to diverse, functional, and resilient ecosystems by using the right plant materials in the right place at the right time. It was inspired by the National Seed Strategy and the Nevada Native Seed Strategy, but the Oregon strategy is our own custom-tailored roadmap for Oregon to create a reliable supply chain of native plant materials. It has 5 core goals and an extensive list of objectives within each one of those goals and recommended actions. But to summarize, the first goal is to ensure the availability of ecologically appropriate native seed and plant materials. Goal 2, to facilitate research and address knowledge gaps that also encourage innovation. To develop and deploy resources that enable timely and informed decision-making for private landowners, land managers, and the general public. To preserve the genetic diversity of species with long-term collection and storage efforts. And then, of course, because this is a long road that we have, we want to really communicate the importance of that strategy and hopefully secure long-term financial support for sustained implementation. So as ODFW ventures to implement the priorities addressed by the SWAP, and as we look to implement the Oregon Native Seed Strategy, obviously, new directives come. One of them recently being Executive Order 2526, which mandates a resilient future for Oregon. And the goals of it are really crystal clear: to restore and conserve our natural working lands and waters, increase their resilience to climate change, protect communities and the livelihoods of their memberships, and to do it in a way that produces enduring outcomes. I think as we go through the rest of this presentation, keeping that in mind and contextualizing it, drawing those connections back to the SWAP and the missions of the SWAP, as well as the seed strategy. And I think you'll see that the work you all are doing, the work we're doing, and the work we're doing together happen to be very well aligned already with the goals of the executive order. The executive order calls out 4 clear priorities for creating and maintaining that resilience, and we feel like the Oregon Native Seed Strategy abides in that it develops seed forecasting systems that allow us to anticipate, implements collection, production, and storage of plant materials so that we're prepared, maintains a reserve inventory of those plant materials so that we can respond, and then through research and learning, increasing our knowledge to allow for informed decision-making over long-term recovery trajectories. So again, as we go through this, anticipate, prepare, respond, and recover, it's a common theme that I think is easy to make connections between the work you all are doing and that we're doing in the executive order. And for our parts as partners, we feel like there's just a great engine of partnership. And ODFW is not a passive beneficiary of the seed strategy, but ODFW staff and leadership have been an active cooperator and logistical partner working alongside us. And so we really appreciate that. I think that shared vision for our landscape and the complementary nature of our work really sets the stage for a policy to production kind of feedback loop that generates real outcomes on the ground. The SWAP drives demand for our seed needs and for that supply chain, right? Because it identifies priority habitats and conservation issues, conservation opportunity areas. Both the SWAP and the seed strategy identify the need for fire modeling so that we can identify high-risk areas for post-fire projects. Those priorities feed right into the implementation of the seed strategy, whether it's the work we do out on the field as we go out. That informs the species we're going to collect, the ecoregions that we're going to concentrate on as the native plant program and the noxious weed program deploy out on the landscape. It activates the supply chain in that as the SWAP identifies those priorities, those regional growers and seed hubs can start to prioritize and recognize what the needs are going to be in those areas. So then as that happens, partners can collect and clean and store the seed that can eventually be used to facilitate large-scale production, special projects to characterize genetic variation, and increase knowledge to support viable production runs are born. We currently have a project going on with the East Cascade Native Plant Hub, where we had a large-scale kind of commercial industrial sized grower say, hey, we want to get into this. We want to grow lots of native plants. We got thousands of acres. What we realized is there's not even enough seed for them to do that. And so identifying different market sectors where we need small scale producers to take small amounts of seed to turn them into medium amounts of seed, so that these commercial and industrial scale growers can take those medium amounts of seed and turn them into big amounts of seed. And so just a kind of feedback and tiered loop, and hopefully the result will be a custom tailored supply chain of plant materials that can be deployed with confidence in the type of quantity that we need. Doing pretty good now. The demand is set, the supply chain has been activated, and then now with the appropriate plant materials available and in use on the landscape, ecological systems, habitats, and the organisms who depend on them have a fighting chance now to resist the pressures of those altered fire regimes, invasive species, and climate change. Post-implementation monitoring data from those projects then can feed right back into the seed strategy implementation with us, with our partners, to facilitate refinement of those processes. So I hope you can start to see some of the synergy and the connection now between the swap and the seed strategy. I'll maybe dive a little bit deeper into some of that. I think it really starts with the missions of ODFW and ODA, the swap and the seed strategy. They both have shared foundational elements in that the plans are both voluntary and collaborative. They both focus on science-based adaptive management, and we have shared conservation goals as agencies. You've got the executive order as a policy. We are operating as agencies with the swap and the seed strategy as policies, but we recognize that those policies are just a tool in so much that they facilitate the type of action and production that operationalizes those policies. Native seeds are another powerful tool that can help break the cycles out on the landscape. I think they're part of the answer to how. A question you all may be asking: how do we restore thousands of acres and stabilize soils and ecological processes at a meaningful scale? We're all starting to work at kind of an unprecedented scale right now, much different than how we used to implement projects on the landscape. And maybe, Debbie, you can appreciate, I think, a shared understanding of the need for action. In the face of climate change and current stressors, the ranges of non-native species are expanding, and the ranges of native and niche species are contracting. We're seeing a lot of that. And if we want to preserve and restore these ecosystems for the future, we need to preserve whatever diversity still exists today. And so the seed strategy prioritizes specialized habitats and those identified in the swap, key conservation areas for the collection and storage of those genetic materials for long-term and future projects. Again, we're approaching this at a similar scale. We use level 3 ecoregions, and that shared foundational approach ensures long-term synergy and viability for us to work together. It allows for scaling and adaptation of management within and across the landscape, and it really provides flexibility and plasticity for the plant material supply chain and other supporting infrastructures. We identify seed transfer zones, areas where locally sourced seed really must stay right here in this core area versus opportunities because of climatic or soil characteristics where you can move a plant maybe across the mountain range and it's going to do well because you have similar conditions. So identifying these seed transfer zones is really important. And so those first 4 synergies I went through are really just like more part of the foundation, maybe the rebar of the foundation. But ultimately, they facilitate our ability to restore these landscapes and put action on the ground, leveraged at the project scale. We're able to make decisions with confidence. An example, the swap identifies sagebrush steppe ecosystems. We know the threats there. Us and networks that we work with can then prioritize collection and production of sagebrush, different grasses, forbs, directly supporting those greatest conservation needs and species like greater sage grouse. Collectively, each one of those projects creates resiliency across those conservation opportunity areas. That stability and access to legacy genetic materials then provides the space to work at finer scales within those areas to conserve and restore specialized niche species and habitats. It's something we're really, really excited about. I hope it gets you guys excited. Excuse me. But I have to concede some of the concepts within the native seed strategy are still very aspirational. They depend on achievement of some unrealized goals of both the swap and the strategy itself. We're working hard to support the development of regional production hubs, equipment libraries, and facilitating intermediate grow outs. One of the big challenges for producers is the risk involved when transferring from traditional ag to native plants. There's a lot of specialized equipment, it's different techniques. You're not farming in the same way. And those are big investments with a lot of risk. And so we have shared equipment libraries that we're developing now where seeds collection, seed storage, seed cleaning equipment is now co-owned by these regional co-ops. And as these different farmers need that equipment, they can use it without any one of them having to absorb kind of the whole capital outlay for that. So ODFW working lockstep with us and doing what they can to help. And I think it really starts with advocacy, with our alignment, and with knowledge sharing. We have a shared commitment to partnership from our biologists on the ground to division and agency level leadership, elevating the importance of this work. We're getting in the weeds together and with many others via the forum provided by the Oregon Native Seed Collective, of which ODFW is a member. And we're jointly amplifying each other's visions and messaging across the individual networks. I believe Hillary Doulos and Katie Salter, maybe yesterday or Wednesday, were making a presentation somewhere else about the seed strategy and the swap and the work they're doing under the Natural Working Lands projects, right? So we're out there, you know, singing the same song all across the state together, and I think that's really important. People like Katie and Hillary are really vital connection point for landowners, connecting them to and helping us leverage external resources and partnerships with federal agencies. Collectively, we've taken our natural working lands investments and leveraged them for millions and millions of dollars already in a very short time. Connects them with federal agencies like the NRCS to incorporate priorities of those broader conservation programs. Then those further the mission of the seed strategy, help those landowners achieve their goals. And again, ODA providing matching funds for projects that ODFW is applying for. And our range-led health program also out there interacting with your guys' farm bill biologists and natural working lands biologists. This slide here is really kind of an inspirational slide. It's coming. But we have implemented this framework on a small scale already, and I believe Nicole might speak a little bit to that. We also have projects underway right now to utilize ODFW lands to facilitate experimental conservation introductions of sensitive species. We'll be able to observe the benefits and impacts of modern management on those populations. That increased knowledge is an outcome that we can quantify and to really inform future conservation actions for those species and habitats. So extra special thanks to Ladd Marsh for working with us. We're getting close to the end here. You know, ODFW really provides clear priorities. We don't own or manage any land of our own. We don't manage any wildlife. We don't do any of that, right? But we definitely take our role as supporters of the state enterprise and certainly of our sister agencies where we have a strong nexus. We take that very seriously. And those priorities are actionable within the context of the seed strategy. We have examples of this process with the pygmy rabbit that implemented that workflow on the previous slide on a small scale. And again, I think that shared understanding that true restoration really requires plant community composition, ecosystem functionality that's aligned with the needs of the biota on the landscape. The swap can help identify and isolate at-risk species. ODA, ODFW staff, other conservation staff can identify the habitat requirements, determine prescriptive restoration efforts. That data can be fed into the seed strategy network then to inform production, collection, and storage priorities. The final slide is on its way. And I think what's really important is, again, because of the scale we're all trying to work at here, it's a new space for all of us, even though the work within it is familiar. We're just really getting started here. And it's also a new space for our partners, right? We all depend so much on our soil and water districts, our nonprofits, our watershed councils. This is a new space for them. And so having patience has been important to us, recognizing that failures in some cases are going to be just as valuable as the successes, because we can apply the knowledge that we gain through those failures. The stakes are incredibly high, but we feel like the opportunities for incredible outcomes are really endless. And I think if we continue to nurture and strengthen the relationships between our agencies, I think we'll start to realize some of those outcomes. So that's the last slide I have for today. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I really appreciate having the time here, and we're really grateful to be able to work with ODFW the way we have been. Thanks.
Thank you. We have questions, as you can guess. Go ahead. Sure.
Yeah, I don't need to go first, but Troy, thank you for coming and presenting. This is really critical work, I think, for Oregon. I guess my first question is, how are we monitoring some of the native seedings that we're doing? I'm thinking of remembering after some fires in the Paisley area, a little, I think it was the little yellow plane that kept flying and trying desperately to drop seed in one of those fire areas. And I'm just curious how we monitor when we're dropping some of these seeds on the ground. How are our results with that? And of course, there's a million other questions that go along with that, like our horrible noxious weed problem and how adaptive those nasty little weeds are at getting there first.
Pretty impressive.
But I see it every day.
Yeah. So thank you, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, members of the commission. It's a great question. And I think historically, our monitoring has just been kind of anecdotal, right? I think, as you probably know, monitoring is one of the most underfunded project components out there, but it's maybe the most critical one of them all, right? But we want action on the ground, we want to implement, so we fund that, and then it's off to the next thing, right? And so I think recently we've started to shift that idea has started to shift. Programs like the Oregon Rangeland Monitoring Program that U.S. Fish and Wildlife has does some pretty intensive monitoring out on the landscape. It's not necessarily always tied to a post-disturbance project. It's just wherever they happen to be working. You know, at a small scale, we do really intensive monitoring of our introductions. Most of those, though, because of our statutory mandates, are focused on T&E and sensitive plants. So they're not providing the kind of scale information that I think we want to see on the landscape. So I think the best answer is to say we have a lot of work to do there, right? And we need to invest time, money, and resources into developing and implementing monitoring protocols that make sense, that provide us the kind of information we need, because it's been historically kind of an anecdotal thing. The next time you're out there, you take a look and you stand up on the ridge and kind of wave your hands, and sometimes it looks great and sometimes it doesn't. And on to the next thing. So, yeah.
Okay. And I have a couple follow-up thoughts on that. I recently had the pleasure of buying 2 pounds of Idaho fescue seed for $44. So I can either have health insurance for my family, or I can buy native seed for rangeland.
Yeah.
That monitoring and figuring out how to get this stuff applied to the land in a way that's really effective is important, because these seeds are so expensive that it's frightening. I don't know how you guys are coping with that, but it kind of goes in my mind back to the monitoring and making sure that we have some really good success when we put these seeds on the ground. And figuring out, connecting the landowners so they do that well. I know when we did our tour in Ontario, it was incredible because we had one of those landowners putting sagebrush seed on the ground, remember? And they just whoop, whoop, sprinkled it out and boom, it worked, right? So, how do we, there's so many questions, like how do we get our family farms in the state growing this seed? How do we get it? How do we get our producers that need the seed on the ground at the right time, in the right way, so it's effective? How do we afford the expensive seed? I mean, it's a whole, I know you know this, right? Like this is a whole thing.
It is.
And in the meantime, how do we get all state agencies in Oregon, like all of our rest areas in Oregon, to control their noxious weeds so they aren't vectors out to the rural landscapes, to all our, I mean, it's a big problem, right?
Traveled High, you're asking me questions that have me pulling my hair out
Good.
every day in my office.
Hard,
Right?
'cause I'm like yanking my hair out going,
Yeah.
I'm over here trying to control weeds and then I see more of them coming everywhere I go. They're everywhere. They're just vectoring in. And then we're trying to spend money to put expensive seed on the ground at the right time, in the right place, for the right reasons.
Yeah, a lot of things to unpack there, but I'll try to summarize as
good
best I
luck with
can. One of the key goals of the seed strategy is to develop this market, right? If you take away the federal production facilities that produce at scale, the private sector native seed and native plant industry is really obscure and boutique. And so they're expensive, right? They're grown on very small scales. There's not a lot of inventory, but there's a huge demand. So prices are really high. We need to find ways to develop this market sector. This is one place I think that the Department of Ag can really lean into. There's a lot of risk for these growers. They can grow a whole field of grass seed and they don't have to do anything. They don't have to water it. It just grows really good out here on the west side, right? Why would you want to till that up and plant a bunch of plants that no one's ever grown in production ag before and take that kind of risk? A lot of the loans and insurance systems that you can get for traditional crops, you can't get for a lot of these specialty crops because they're not recognized as commodities, right? And so there's so much work to do in a lot of different facets, but we want to build that. We want to build that network. I think communicating this messaging is really important because once you start talking to people, it's really easy to get everyone kind of on board and they can recognize the importance of this stuff. But again, we're at the very front end of this thing, right? There's a lot of work to do there over a long period of time. And so, yeah, and boy, the noxious weeds thing. I have 6 staff to administer the entire program across the state. So that's a big challenge for us. I don't have great answers to some of those questions. I share the questions and
I'm just so glad there's people really thinking about it. So I appreciate it because we have to stop this boom bust of, for example, cheatgrass fires that we will continue to see flare up and destroy our landscape if we don't break this cycle some way.
But I think that's where the forecasting really comes in too, right? I know in the SWAP it calls for modeling of high-risk areas, like if this area burned at X intensity, what would we need to do it, right? To implement a post-fire project. That kind of data then can feed into the supply chain where they know where we're looking at, where we're looking to work and what we're going to need. That allows them to put stuff into production with some level of confidence that you're going to call them and you're going to buy that seed, right? At some point in the not too distant future.
Yeah. Cool. Thanks.
Nobody wants to grow.
Go on and on, guys.
Great. Go ahead, Commissioner Carlson, and then go down here.
Well, Troy, again, thank you for the great presentation. I really appreciate you emphasizing the connection between the State Wildlife Action Plan and the Oregon Native Seed Strategy. And that repeated comment that the SWAP drives the seed strategy really glad to hear that in the collaboration between the two departments. I just want to, I guess, build on what Commissioner Hatfield Hyde was asking about. And as we talk about that supply chain and getting growers into this work and hopefully then long-term dropping the prices of, of these products, are there incentives that we can provide to those small scale growers to start getting into it? I mean, it'd be wonderful to see like venture capital being interested in helping in this, but are there other incentives that we as government can help to get people into it, knowing that it's risky? As you said, you talked about those tool libraries, co-ops, but are there other things that we could be thinking about doing?
Yeah, Commissioner Morrison, thanks for the question. Right now, not a ton of bona fide things that we have in place. The Specialty Crop Block Grant Program at ODA is something that producers can utilize. It's a USDA program that we administer through the money we got from House Bill 3409. We've been able to put out contracts and provide some support for folks to explore this work. But yeah, we don't have a lot of mechanisms already in place that can be leveraged that way. It's one of the things that the seed strategy calls out, right? The IDIQ contracts that are starting to become a thing of the past, but for a long time were really common in the federal world, where you just have these kind of big overarching contracts that people can be a part of. That creates a stable and predictable purchasing mechanism and back and forth. I think systems like that, innovative contracting could really help. You can't subsidize things forever, but I think on the front end, while we're trying to kick this thing up, whether it's investments through continued allocations of like natural working lands money, if ODA is able to leverage any of the OERF funds that will eventually be getting distributed, those types of programs are things that we'll be looking at. A lot of work to do there, though. And unfortunately, we don't have a lot of things currently in place to offer.
Well, thank you. Maybe just one quick follow-up question. So looking at the supply chain that's out there now, I mean, how close do you think we are to being where we need to be? You think we're 10% of the way there, halfway there?
I think all of the right people are in place already, right? So it's about because there's scales, there's levels to it. We're gonna need niche boutique folks who wanna put time into really sensitive or high input species, right? These species that tend to get overlooked in restoration mixes because they're hard to grow and nobody's gonna do it. So we need those types of producers. We need small producers who have an acre or a half an acre of land that they can put into a production run for amplification, who can then pass those seeds on to a larger scale grower. They exist, who can then grow that medium amount of seed into a long amount of seed. It's about getting everybody kind of on the same page at the same time, right? So that you can have that chain, that flow. And that comes down to the messaging, the building value, recognizing these as value-added products, as opportunities for diversification of their operations. So I think all the right people are here, the right parties are here, the players are, and some of them are ready to go. I think it's just about activating them kind of across the board at the same time.
Super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Leonhardt, and then we'll go to Commissioner DeFries, and then Ms. Dublin.
Okay, thank you. Troy, similar questions. I'm going to take a little bit different tact on this. So the 17 partners that are identified in here, I can remember 15 years ago, there was hardly any partners. Everybody was in their own little silo working together. So I think this is fantastic that we've got 17 partners now talking about this and working on it. My worry is that we still don't seem to be catching up. I mean, my perspective is human beings, if there's a problem, we wait for the problem to happen and then we try to fix it instead of looking to the future and saying, it looks like we're going to have a problem. And so I'd like you to put a crystal ball here in front of you and speak to this scenario. It's clear 20 years ago, we didn't have big fires. We had some, but not very many. I mean, mostly 2,000 acre fires. Well, that's a one burning period now. And whether you believe in climate change or not, the amount of fires, if you looked at that one chart, the amount of fires is increasing substantially, federal lands, private lands. And so we have a problem of burning 1 million acres in 2020. A lot of that was high desert, sagebrush land. And then they go, oh, here comes the cheatgrass. And what are we going to do about it? Well, we can't react fast enough to try to treat that. And so we know in the crystal ball that I'm looking at that is continuing to increase on both private and federal lands. And we got federal agencies and state agencies acknowledging that. And it's like, you've got a strategy here, but I'm worried that, we're going to have probably a pretty bad fire season this year. And there's going to be people screaming out there for, well, let's get some native grasses back on the landscape and before the cheatgrass beats us to it. And so, is it a funding issue? Is it a human nature issue that, well, we'll wait for it to problem and then we'll rush out and try to fix it? Do you see where I'm going with this? I'm trying to figure out a way that we can kind of, as adults in the room, say, this is a problem. It's continuing to be a problem. And we need to try to restore our native grasses out there, our native seed, and get a handle on this. This is a great start. But I'm not sure it's going to fix the problem, because I remember last year when we burned up all that, everybody was screaming for seed, and well, there's no seed or not enough seed, I shouldn't say. So crystal ball, my friend, tell me how to address that.
Yeah, going here, Commissioner Lappard, thanks for the question. I think a mixture of things. I think in the short term, right, as we ramp up these efforts and we try to get going, I mean, a seed run, it can take 3 years from the time you plant to the time you're getting viable seed, right? So even if I had fields in production right now, or we had fields in production right now that could produce all of the seed we'd need, it'll be 3 years before they're ready. So for the next 3 years, it's going to be status quo in a lot of ways out on the landscape, because the supply chain hasn't gotten built up yet. I think we've got some tough decisions ahead of us as well, where there's certain landscapes that, at least for the time being, they're fairly lost. And we're going to have to reconcile with that as we direct our resources. We can't do it all at the same time. And so frameworks like the Grow the Core, Defend the Core framework out on the range, right? Concentrating on those high quality areas and at least making sure we can preserve those, keep those intact, make sure that those habitats are solid, that we can collect that genetic material. There's new tools coming out. Certainly not a silver bullet. The seed strategy is not going to do it alone either. Things like indaziflam starting to be really effective out on the range, where we're able to release perennial species, get rid of the annual grasses, kind of move the needle to where we can then come in and do more work, plant more diverse species. They're doing some great work out in Grant County. I don't know if you guys are familiar with some of that work, but pretty amazing stuff. It's going to take a long time, and we're going to fail in some ways. And this, like I said, the seed strategy is not a silver bullet in and of itself. But I think, to your point, 20 years ago, we didn't even have everybody at the table.
Right.
Now we do. We have these shared understandings. We have these shared priorities. We're talking 100-year, 200-year timeframes here, over this. So I think we're making progress. I think just recognizing that we're still so far at the early part of this journey, there's going to still be a lot of pain, I think, in the short term, because the climate's changing, the fires are getting worse, the water years are not always great, and so being able to accept that we have that short-term pain, but lean into the partnerships that we're building, I think over time, I think we'll get there. But it's gonna take commitment, that we continue to stay committed, right? What are we gonna do in 10 years when the next executive order comes out? And we all have to shift gears and go after that thing, which will be good and great, right? So I think it's about integration rather than treating these things like projects that have that have a bona fide finish line. It's about incorporation so that we have durability, so that we continue to chip away at these things. Again, not great answers, I know, but we got a long road ahead of us.
Appreciate your perspective.
Yeah.
Thank you both. Let's go to Commissioner DeFreeze, and then I have a couple questions.
Great.
Well,
Thank you,
absolutely.
Troy. That presentation was fantastic. You know, like to Commissioner Labhart's comments, I have a friend who once told me that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and the second best time is today. So I'm sure that you wish that this tree was planted 20 years ago, we'd be having a different conversation, but it's really good that we're doing it today. And this is a conversation that, you know, I've kind of been circling around for the last 10 years in our work. It's just such a huge issue. And I find hope in the fact that there is kind of a coordinated train. You know, there's a train going down the track now. And I think that train, to use an invasive grass analogy, is going to have to start gathering a lot of cheatgrass, you know, a lot of seed along its way, meaning a lot of different partners, a lot of different collaborators, all the way from like, you know, should we be looking at school systems for students to be going out and collecting native seed in some of their classrooms, you know, or just like we're going to have to use tribal partners, we're going to have to use everybody to help us fight this problem and solve this problem over time, because we are behind. We know the demand is going to continue to be high, but I like that the train has left the station. It gives me hope. And yeah, Troy, thanks for taking on this work, because it's so, it is so pertinent across agencies, across Oregon, across everybody who's here. And, you know, my hope, we all know that native seed is fickle, and a lot of different ways, and like the ecosystem, like the economics of it is also just such a challenge. Like, why, to your point, Troy, like why would a farmer go from a certain crop where they know the demand and they know the thing to a crop that like maybe even worth less long term, and grow that? So I just, we have to come at it at all angles, and it's a big hippo to start eating away at. But thanks for taking the first bite.
Thanks, Dallas.
Thank you. Let's go to Commissioner Spellbrink, and then I'll ask.
Yeah, thank you, Joel. Yeah, I guess I'd throw a little positive spin on it. You mentioned about high prices. Well, you know, basic economics tell us the cure for high prices is high prices. High prices create opportunity. You know, got a side of the family that are grass seed farmers, and you know, by the way, I put this side of, I'm gonna hand this to them, you know, because I mean, might be some opportunity here. Like I say, high prices bring opportunity. So hopefully that will, economics will work.
Appreciate that, Commissioner Spellberg.
I'd like to ask a question, and I think it's to both of you for going forward from here, because it seems to me that we have some magic here with when the governor says we're marching this direction, and the agencies take that and say, and this is how to do that. It's been clear that you're not going to get buckets of new money for this to do it. So somehow that, and Land's World in Oregon, we have found different ways to fill up that bucket. But the magic right this minute is like the charrette you already that got the agencies to see some of the chances to amplify each other's work, and if we can hone that in. And so my question to both of you, if you will, is with the direction from the governor, with agencies, you know, I mean, there's powerful science and staff in these agencies, and if they're working together, then if we get any oil into the bucket of new money or finding ways to use the money differently. And so my question is, going into the 27-9 budget, will these POPs be paired? Are we talking, is there a chance to take what we started with the charrette and really find some ways to fill that bucket? Because you can't do it without new money. So it's going to either shift or it's new money. And the OERF is great. When we did this with the Oregon Plan for Coho, now we have OWEB that has spent millions in Oregon to meet those goals. This seems like that same kind of thing. So I would ask both of you a little bit whether this next step is likely where we start coordinating also with the POPs and figuring out how to put some additional resources here or move existing resources.
Thanks, Cheryl. You want to go first?
Oh, I can give it a try. Well, I do think new resources is a piece of the puzzle. And I do want to just acknowledge that the Natural Working Land funds from a few years ago, in my mind, really kind of charged the system for our two agencies. I mean, without those funds, we probably wouldn't be where we are today. So I think that's one element of, you know, possibly those funds will continue in the future and we would continue to kind of build out those partnerships between the two agencies and other agencies. I do think there's other opportunities with the Monsanto settlement funds that could, you know, provide some durability to these efforts. And, you know, we still are not sure as agencies whether there'll be new funds available to implement the executive order. Certainly, we're all kind of like percolating on ideas in case an opportunity happens. And I would definitely think that this would be really well suited and also very ready to, you know, kind of throw into the hopper. But we don't really have clear direction on that from the governor's office for next biennium. What do you think, Charlie?
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Director Colbert. Chair Wall, it's a great question. I think short term, as far as I know, 27, 29 is like no new money for POPs even and a lot of stuff. So I don't know how hard we'll lean in there. We're certainly communicating the need in other ways. You know, we got to see members of the Governor's Natural Resource Office yesterday at the Board of Ag in Redmond, where I presented about EO 25-26 Nexus with this, a real deep dive into that. And so we're elevating the message. We're trying to drive home the importance of this, and I think they're recognizing that. As Director Colbert said, the Natural Working Lands Fund were a huge just kickstart to all this, and I think we've delivered many times over of whatever was expected of us. We have taken the monies, ODFW, OWEB, all the 4 fund agencies that got the money. We took 10 million and turned it into a whole lot of millions. And so we've proven ourselves, I feel like. And so, you know, I just hope that folks will recognize that, whether it's at the governor's office, at the legislature, that like, hey, we can put these things into action. We can operationalize the priorities of House Bill 3409, of EO 25-26, of 25-29. On the energy side, like we can do this, and we've shown you that we can do this. And so now I feel like we're passing the ball back in some way, right? It's like we've done our part, and we will continue to do that. And if you continue to provide us resources, we'll continue to produce results on the ground. So we have a lot of things in the hopper ready. I mean, if people want to come to me for resources, I've got a million project plans and ideas and I know ODFW does as well. I mean, we're ready to put our foot on the gas if we can get those resources. Until then, we'll leverage what we have. We'll integrate these things into standard operations as we execute our core services as agencies, and be ready when the opportunity arises.
Just one quick follow-up, and I think it comes to you, Director, first, and that is, I see this a little bit as analogous to where we were going into, I think it was 2 biennia ago, when this agency had so many pieces ready to apply for federal, that fit so well with the federal initiatives. And so where the analogy comes, if what we have done with the attributes pieces and building toward this EO, even though there's no money and everybody knows if you don't have new money, you're not going to get very far. But these are the steps to be so ready if the money comes, and it can come. I mean, we have Monsanto, we have the other pieces that could put either new money or shifted money into this. Is that where we're standing right now? If we keep going with the build on the charrette, build into the POPs if we can, and be ready for every chance we have, because the agencies now are more aligned than they were. That's powerful if the agencies are aligned.
I do think there is a readiness and also a lot of stuff already happening. And Troy was teasing me when he got to his action slide because I think I may have a reputation as being impatient. But I also feel like there are so many new ways to look at this. So when I think about kind of, some of what Oregon and our governors talked about, like the green economy and Oregon being a place for the green economy. And often that's like a renewable conversation. I go like Oregon, like we have the potential to be the restoration economy, right? I mean, there's a lot here. And I think that we could really aggressively be pursuing conversations with kind of, what is it, Oregon Business? I forgot the name of that.
I think that's what it's called, right?
Yeah, okay. To like this whole venture capitalism idea, like, I mean, we don't have to wait. I mean, I feel like we just got to keep looking for partners and ways to come at this from different perspectives. And yeah.
Thanks. Go ahead. And then
Okay,
we'll,
I got one more. I
then
can't
we'll
help
let you
it.
go. Yeah.
Director Colbert, you bring in your director's report, a subject that's really exciting to us. And so here we are.
Yeah.
Going on and on. I guess one other thing is when we look at, and you guys can help with the, how we're trying to, we learned about it yesterday with the, blackberry problem in riparian areas, which since I'm an east side girl, I don't know much about west side rivers, but it's horrifying, right? People think livestock are bad in riparian areas. Come on, guys. Those blackberry vines are causing big trouble, aren't they? But the point is, we learned yesterday about some of the plantings just here in the Medford area after the huge fires in the riparian, and people planted some crested wheat, right? And then other people said, dang, why are you putting crested wheat in the riparian area? And it's because maybe the crested wheat is better than whatever other invasive you're going to have there. And so we also need to have an honest conversation as we wait for the perfect boutique, my expensive seed to be able to apply to the ground. It might be better to have some of these other seeds stabilizing the land in the short run to get us out of the catastrophic fire cycles than having, the perfect thing today. And when we look at burning hundreds of thousands of acres a year in Oregon, pretty soon we're going to run out of this idea of this is our most special place that we should focus. We're going to have to start adapting today with what we have. And maybe some of those imperfect seeds are better than those invasive seeds. And I hate to say that because I'd love to, I want all the best seed on the ground, but that needs to be part of the conversation too, because we might run out of those places that we think we, are the most critical, right?
Vice Chair,
I don't know what to do with
Well,
that, but
I am in complete agreement, right? That the native
Okay.
seed strategy, using 100% native adapted seed, right? It's the ideal scenario. It's not going to always be realistic. And I'm a big fan of functional group ecology. And I'm okay with proxy species when we need to use them. Go out to your side of the state, the Vail Project, a long, controversial and talked about project out on the rangeland. That crested wheatgrass they planted is still there. I would much rather go out and restore a crested wheatgrass planted rangeland to native than a completely invasive annual grass dominated one, right? The crested wheatgrass isn't perfect, but it provides some structure, it provides some forage, and provides some habitat. And so it'd be cooler if it was Blue Bunch and Basin Wild Rye and Idaho fescue, but crested's better than a bunch of Medusa head and Ventonata, and so I fully support, in these cases where you may not have the ideal tool yet, you might have something that works pretty good in the meantime. And so I'm all for that when it's appropriate.
we have 40-year-old crested wheat seedings that have come back with sagebrush, Idaho fescue,
Yeah.
all kinds of forbs. Did it take time for those other plants to emerge and come back on their own? Yes. they're not a cheatgrass
Right?
field right now.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we deal with that, but we got to get after it.
Just on that piece of
Big
one
stop.
of the commission hearing and some days feeling like we're wandering through some of these topics. I appreciate that this commission is willing to take on some of these, that we have staff that are willing to bring these. We don't have the answers yet, but this is critical stuff. We had great tours yesterday that connect with it. But this is stuff that we need to be talking about if we're going to be looking at landscape level solutions to some of these, and we don't have perfect answers. But I appreciate that this is a group ready to at least hear it and try to wander through it so we figure out some solutions. So anyway, thank you. Thank you, Troy, and for the work
Thank
that's
you.
connecting these agencies.
Really, obviously, you can see why it's just been such a wonderful thing for our agencies to have someone like Troy to work with on this. So thanks.
My amazing staff, right? I pull levers and push buttons, but my staff is the folks on the ground that are working with folks. So I want to shout them out. Got to start working with Director Colbert at the early stages of House Bill 3409. That transitioned to Sarah Rife. That then transitioned to Hillary and Katie, and now Nicole. It's been an absolute pleasure. You guys have some real rock stars up and down the org chart, and it's been great to work with everyone. So appreciate the time here today. Happy to engage at any time. Again, I'm not sure if that EO briefing made it into your materials.
We'll
If
get
it did, okay.
No, it didn't,
Oh.
but we'll make sure we get it.
It's around. I think Deputy Director Clements has it. So if you want to see it, it's there, and happy to engage at any time. Just reach out and we'll chat.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to have this discussion. Let's go to temporary rules, and then we have public forum, which I think we'll go ahead and do. And we have one quick commission update, and then we'll take a break before we go into some of the exhibits. So can we turn to you, Director, for the temporary rules?
Absolutely. In your packet, you have 6 rules, I believe, at this point. Let me just make sure everything is, okay, there should be 6. I have 6 in my memo, Michelle. Okay, that's great. I just want to make sure you know, because I think your motion says 5, but just a flag. These are all pretty straightforward. 4 of them relate to sturgeon on the Columbia, 1 to commercial smelt on the Columbia, and then 1 for kind of recreational smelt on the Sandy. So pretty straightforward. I think maybe,
We have
Yeah,
5, and there was
yeah.
5 in the report. So what's
Yeah,
the sixth one?
the 6th one should, let me see the sheets on it.
Have 2 smelt. There. we
Oh,
go.
it
That
was a
it.
numbering problem.
There we go.
Okay.
Good catch. Thank you.
There we go. Okay, we all agree there's 6. Pretty straightforward. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Nope. Seeing none, could we go ahead, Commissioner Lapp?
Well, it's not related to the temporary rules per se, but I do want to comment, the smelt fishery on the, I think it's the Sandy. So I want to, I'm gonna pull it up here and read what, if I can find it real quick here. You know, when the smelt come in, it's, in my opinion, it's kind of like managed chaos with the smelt fishery, because you gotta, here they come, are they gonna go into the Sandy? Are they not gonna go into Sandy? Are they gonna go on up to Columbia? And so everybody's kind of watching it, and we gotta write a temporary rule to make sure it gets out there. And so we try, I think, as an agency to do the best we can to, because it is a fishery, there's commercial and recreation fishery. And so it's important that we try to address this fishery as best we can. But I want to just kind of give a shout out to state police, because, you know, they're trying to manage this fishery, and it's like, in my opinion, it's kind of like managed chaos. And I'll give you a couple examples from Captain Schugert's report here. In one instance, the Fish and Wildlife trooper patrolling the bank when the Sandy observed the headlamp near the river bank. and the subject was dip netting smelt. The troopers approached the area. The subject fled, jumped into the river. The subject made it about 50 yards in the cold water before eventually being detained. The subject was issued a criminal citation. He had a 5-gallon bucket and 40 pounds of smelt in this bucket, and a large dip net and headlamp were seized. Another instance, the trooper located 2 subject dip netting in the river at 11:30 p.m. at night. Troopers contacted the pair. One subject, and he was hiding behind a tree. The pair were loading smelt into buckets and the garbage bags and possession way over the limit. The subjects, so there are, people that are doing really good things out there they'd like to get a few smelt, but there's those that kind of they just take advantage of the situation. I'm so glad we've got state police out there to help enforce these rules, because they're temporary rules. We try to get them out there, get them out, get some people to catch some fish, but then there's always those that are out there like crazy, trying to. So I just want to bring that up, and I want to thank the state police for their work and making sure they keep people on the honest side of this stuff. So it's kind of part of the temporary.
Thank you. Is there a motion on this?
No, I don't have a motion. I just have another question. Thanks, Commissioner Labhart. But could we just explain a little bit of this, sturgeon, retention, these rules, just a little bit more of what's going on with the tribes on this winter tree set line, John Day Pool, some of that. Can we just, it's just different. I don't know. Usually we don't ever talk about the temporary rules, but yay.
Tom's gonna try to help out
Tom,
here.
what did it,
My phone a friend.
give a little just context for what this is. I don't think there's any problem with it at all, but I just am curious.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield High, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, I'm Tom Stahl. I'm the Deputy Administrator for Inland Fish. And to be honest, I don't have a lot of information on those sturgeon fisheries. We work with the tribes to implement them. There are changes that happen throughout the season, which affects the number of temporary rules that we have, but I'd have to call a friend myself to get you more information on that fishery.
Yeah. I guess it's just interesting that it's, that it includes sales of sturgeon. So that.
Those are, yeah, the tribal
Those are-
commercial. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And
Some
that's
of the other fisheries.
Just always been the same.
Yeah.
Always been that way. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you
Just
for
trying
that
to pay
question.
attention.
And I'll
what's
try to
going on
give you
with
some more
sturgeon.
information.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Well, I was going to make the motion
Yes.
that we ratify the 6 temporary rules set forth on March 20th, 2026.
Sir.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to ratify the 6 temporary rules as we've just read into the record. Let's do a thumb vote on this one, if you will, please. And it looks, yeah, unanimous. Thank you. Let's go then to public forum. Sorry, 1 minute. Commission update.
So thank you, Chair Wall. So I have a commission update. I want to, there's a lot of good things that are going on out there that some we hear about, some we don't hear about. This is one that I think needs to be publicly recognized. It's one of our tribal partners. And this was just published last week. The Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs were awarded for their bighorn sheep conservation efforts. The tribe was given a Federal Statesman Award for leadership in conserving California bighorn sheep through sustainable use, innovative funding, and the development of future wildlife stewards, what the Wild Sheep Foundation website said. The award was presented at the Wild Sheep Foundation's 2026 Wild Sheep Show and fundraiser held in Reno, Nevada. The tribe auctioned off its 3rd annual hunting tag for $250,000 at the show. This is a quote, all of our restoration efforts are in pursuit of achieving one goal, returning fauna and fish populations to their historic levels, said Austin Smith, Jr., General Manager of the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Branch of Natural Resources. One hunting tag has been auctioned off each year, and all the money raised is put back into conservation efforts on tribal lands. Since 2024, the Warm Springs tribes have raised $760,000 for wild sheep habitat restoration, invasive species removal on tribal lands. The population of 20 individual bighorn sheep was brought to Warm Springs in 2002. Currently, Smith said the population has grown to 320. 20, now 320. More than 150% increase population since population was brought in roughly 20 years ago. So we talk about what we do for wild sheep. Tribes are doing some pretty cool stuff too. And I just wanted to recognize the Warm Springs. And then last but not least, I want to follow up on Director Colbert's comments about House Bill 4134. I feel pretty strongly about this too. She did a great job of talking about this, but I recall about 10 years ago, there was a legislative task force that was put together to try to find alternative funding for ODF and W 10 years ago. 2 senators, 2 representatives, and a large group of stakeholders participated in that process and came up with a laundry. They met monthly for a year and came up with a number of scenarios to try to find funding to address some of the issues that got funded in this bill, and it failed. And Representative Helm and others have worked diligently since that 10-year period to try to bring this together. And natural resource agencies have been historically underfunded by the general fund. And this, in my opinion, is the same. It's a game changer. This will bring in, I think, about $37 million a year to start off with to help fund wildlife species that haven't been funded before. And we can address some of the really important issues that we're talking about today and that we're talking about for the future. But this is a game changer. And I put that on the same scale as what you talked about. As this is a really big deal. And I've been telling people they need to do a case study on how this all came about, because you had parties that don't necessarily agree come together. You had legislators that don't necessarily agree come together. You had stakeholders that don't necessarily agree come together for this bill. And they did a yeoman's job. So I just want to also acknowledge that effort. So well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go on then to public forum, and we have several people. The first one is somebody we thought was going to be in the room, but I want to call the name and see if the person's here. Marie Botterbush. Is she on? Is there any chance she's online? I don't see her name up there, Michelle.
I don't have her online.
Okay.
She was going to be in the room.
Okay, then we'll keep going. The next person is Adrian Tui, and he is online, and also then Sristi Kamal, who is also online. So Adrian, and each person will have 3 minutes in public forum. That the commission doesn't typically act on these issues. It's a chance to hear. So go ahead, Adrian.
Well, great. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for your time. My name is Adrian Tui, and I'm a biologist. This morning, I just want to raise awareness of a critical issue that affects all residents of Oregon and Washington. The Pacific Salmon Treaty determines harvest rates in ocean fisheries for the next decade or longer. It is currently being renegotiated prior to 2028. The issue of this treaty affects every user group in the salmon world: commercial, tribal, recreational, and the conservation community. Ultimately, the fate of our salmon, killer whales, and fishing economies is at stake. As many of you know, unsustainable ocean-based fisheries in distant waters of Alaska and British Columbia represent one of the most significant challenges to the recovery of salmon, southern resident killer whales, and our region's fishing economies. Of the 1% to 2% of Chinook that survive to the adult life history stage in challenging ocean conditions, populations from many watersheds on the Oregon coast and also the Washington coast are subject to ocean harvest rates ranging up to a staggering 60 to 70%. In most cases, 2 to 3 times as many Chinook from rivers of Oregon and Washington are harvested in these unsustainable ocean fisheries than by all user groups combined who reside in the lower 48 and fish in Oregon and Washington's rivers. This problem isn't unique to the Oregon and Washington coast. It extends from California to Alaska. Too many of our salmon are killed in these distant ocean fisheries, and too few fish return home to spawn and give rise to a new generation for recovery. This is undermining so many investments in habitat protection, restoration, dam removal, and recovery. Our salmon populations are failing to recover Orcas are starving and communities that depend on salmon, what be it tribal, commercial, recreational, are left with little to nothing. So as policymakers renegotiate the Pacific Salmon Treaty ahead of 2028, we have an urgent opportunity to reshape ocean fisheries management in the US and Canada. There's never been a more important time for all of us to speak up, rise up together to call for reforms to ocean fishing to let our salmon come home. So at this critical moment, I urge the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission to develop a formal position on the upcoming renegotiation of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. We need to bring our salmon home and finally change this flawed system that allows the residents and fisheries of Oregon to get routinely robbed by unsustainable fisheries in Alaska and British Columbia. I think there's a great opportunity to set a policy to provide a process for ODF&W to routinely engage with Pacific Salmon commissioners in the treaty, and then provide oversight to ensure that ODF&W is more strongly advocating for reduced interceptions of Oregon's fish under the Pacific Salmon Treaty. Ultimately, I'm asking for the Oregon Commission to develop a formal position that advocates for the return of Oregon's resources back to the people of Oregon and the communities and the ecosystems and fisheries of Oregon. Every community, every user group wants to see more of their salmon come home. Imagine doubling or tripling allocations for all user groups each year, or doubling salmon returns to the spawning grounds, or immediately increasing prey availability for killer whales by 25%. This is a unifier, a win-win that upholds fishing rights for tribes, benefits recreational fishers, commercial fishers, and everyone that cares about salmon and orcas. All of us need to raise our voices on this issue, not just individuals, tribes, and conservation groups, but institutions like the Fish and Wildlife Commission that are designed to manage and facilitate the perpetuation of our state's resources. If we don't speak up for ourselves, our salmon, and our state, others will continue to make these decisions for us, and Oregon's people and the watersheds here will continue to get the short end of the stick. It's stripped of our resources. So once again, I urge you to act on the Pacific Salmon Treaty and raise your voice. If all of us speak together on this issue, action from the Fish and Wildlife Commission will promote the recovery of salmon and the southern resident killer whales and provide fishery-related benefits to the economies of the Pacific Northwest. On top of that, it'll help maximize the ecological and economic benefits from the public's massive investment in dam removal, habitat restoration, and fish production. So in closing, thanks so much for your time. We need to act on the Pacific Salmon Treaty, and if we don't speak up, others will. And the process might seem daunting, but the fact is, when any law is being set, from the moment it's proposed, it seems daunting, but this is the process. We have to speak up, or others will call the shots for us. And our salmon, our killer whales, our people, our fishing economies, our watersheds will continue to get a raw deal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Adrian. We're going to go to Suristi Kamal and then Dan Van Dyke. Suristi?
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, and members of the Commission. I feel like Commissioner Labhart set me up perfectly for my comments. I'm Dr. Suristi Kamal, and I'm the Deputy Director at Western Environmental Law Center, or WELC. WELC is also a member of the Oregon Wildlife Coalition. The last time I was in front of this commission was back in August during the State Wildlife Action Plan, or SWAP, revision process. There, I shared my concerns with the increasing number of at-risk species in the SWAP, and that we will be working really hard to secure a dedicated funding for the SWAP. So today, I'm taking this opportunity to celebrate with you the passage of House Bill 4134, or what we fondly call 1.25% for wildlife. Over the last 7 months, my colleague Danielle Moser at Oregon Wild and I worked the legislative campaign. And we did it with the help of so many partners who supported us and believed in our campaign, from Oregon Hunters Association to the Nature Conservancy to our Oregon Wildlife Coalition members, and many, many more. Together with our legislative champions, Representative Helm and Owens, and Senator Golden, we secured a historic win for fish and wildlife in Oregon. This is such a milestone moment that can turn the tide for so many species that are currently going in the wrong direction towards decline and extinction. This win, therefore, comes with new responsibilities. it is also an opportunity we never had before. So everyone is in uncharted territory here, including ODFNW. We are excited to engage with the agency to collaboratively determine priorities, reimagine what the agency can do for our most vulnerable wildlife and habitats, and find the most effective use of these permanent funds. This is also where the Commission, you, play a very important role. The Commission will approve budget decisions around the use of these funds during the agency budget development process. So we look forward to engaging with you on that as well. From our perspective, we go back to why we started this campaign 6 years ago. We wanted dedicated investment for the recovery and conservation of imperiled species and non-game species to effectively address biodiversity loss. We wanted ODFNW to have more capacity in research and monitoring of at-risk species. We wanted to support on-ground implementation of the SWAP and the drivers of species risks. And we wanted ODFNW to be competitive in securing additional federal funds in the future. With the passage of House Bill 4134, all of those hopes for recovery of wildlife in Oregon seem possible now. The bill is estimated to generate approximately $37 million a year, and it will only increase because it's a percentage point. And approximately $30 million a year is for ODFNW in that bill. We can do so much for our state's wildlife with these funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Saristi. And if I could, I don't know if you heard it, we're online when the director was speaking, but if I could echo her gratitude to the group that put this together. And I know you had a huge role in that. So kudos and thank you from us. So
Thank you, Shristi. And I hope that those partners that put this bill together that are diverse will continue to make Oregon strong. And you are part of the leadership in that. So go forth, do more good.
yeah, thank you. Let's go to Dan. Welcome back.
Thank you. And I want to thank the commission for coming to Medford. It's a beautiful week. You're giving up part of that week for Oregon's Fish and Wildlife Resources. It's appreciated. If any of you are staying and happen to be walking through Lithia Park in Ashland this weekend, be sure to look in the creek, in Ashland Creek. There are steelhead reds that are dotting the creek throughout Lithia Park. It's really exciting. They're not necessarily the classic look of a red because gravel's really patchy in that creek. But you see clean gravel, you can know that wild steelhead have spawned throughout. It's really exciting given the fact that the parental generation spawned at the worst of the drought so far. In addition to providing ecotourism tips, I wanted to say a few words about Bear Creek. So Bear Creek is the most urbanized portion of any coastal watershed in Oregon by far. More people live in Bear Creek than any coastal county in Oregon, by far. That means, of course, that Bear Creek has suffered from a whole lot of poor development practices over time, and I would love to talk about that. There's no time, but I'd never been here before. This is a nice place. I didn't know it existed. You're right next to Lone Pine Creek. Lone Pine Creek now flows in straight lines and right angles. Lone Pine Creek has two sections that are paved, just like the LA River. It's embarrassing, but it's fact. Crazy thing is, summer steelhead continue to spawn in Lone Pine Creek every year. Lone Pine Creek being a tributary of Bear Creek. Every year, beavers have taken up residence in an area where native riparian vegetation was restored. STEP is trying to do, STEP volunteers, your program is trying to do some riparian restoration at one of the concrete reaches because it heats the water so dramatically in summer. A whole lot of challenges are getting in the way, but gosh darn it, we're trying, and it's a good thing. But I did want to talk mostly about positive news. So despite experiencing every possible challenge that we can throw at a river and its fish, all fish native to Bear Creek persist to this day. To me, that's resilience. Again, I'd love to talk about the damage that had been done before. Another example, during the peak of the drought cycle and poor ocean conditions in the early 1990s, ODFW partnered with Forest Service to do a survey of Bear Creek. An electrofishing survey in late summer failed to find any native fish downstream from River Mile 13 to the mouth. 0 native fish. They found black crappie and red-side shiners. That's not good. In 2011, fast forward, spot checks were started up again, and native fish had been found every single year that was surveyed in our locations that we checked in the lower 13 miles of Bear Creek. That's a sign of improvement. In 1998, a large irrigation dam at Jackson Street in downtown Medford was removed. I think it was the first dam removal project of the modern era, post-Oregon Plan, or Oregon Plan era, I should say. The authors of a journal article about that project said at the time that the Bear Creek supported a few dozen spawning fall Chinook. Oh, is that right?
It's right. Keep going. And
Shoot. In 1977, ODFW estimated 70 fall Chinook spawn in the lower 7 miles of Bear Creek. Today, fall Chinook spawn regularly in 20 plus miles of Bear Creek after that project. And in 2024, ODFW estimated 1,200 to 1,600 fall Chinook spawn in Bear Creek. 70 fish before, 1,200, 1,600 now. Do the math, and that could mean 1 to 2 million eggs incubated in Bear Creek in the winter of 2024-25 alone. That's money in the bank for all of us anglers, and that's really exciting news in my opinion. I was gonna say a few more things, but my time is up.
And thank you for all your years
Yes,
helping us
yes.
get here. You worked there for a long time.
Thank you.
Let's go to 2 more people, Charles Gear and Jim McCarthy. And I think they're both, yeah. I'll let you introduce yourselves and pick which of you wants to go first.
Morning, Chair Wall, Director Colbert, and Commissioners. It's nice to see you all in person and nice to see you here in our home in Southern Oregon. My name is Charles Gear, and I'm the Southern Oregon Coordinator for Native Fish Society. The Native Fish Society is an Oregon-based nonprofit organization focused on protecting wild fish, free-flowing rivers, and thriving communities across the Pacific Northwest. We work to revive abundant wild fish populations and ensure the sustainability of local ecosystems through grassroots action, advocacy, and community building. My reason for attending today is to thank the Commission for approving the proposed order requiring improved fish passage at Winchester Dam on the North Umpqua River. As you are all aware, providing the volitional fish passage or passage for anadromous fish is vital to ensuring these fish have access to cool water and habitat for spawning and rearing. Your decision to enforce the agency's regulations on a particularly lawless barrier has shown your commitment to self-sustaining fish populations, and it should be applauded. Providing volitional fish passage is one of the most important one of the most impactful actions we can take in reviving wild fish. By ODFW's count, there are 42,280 artificial barriers to fish migration along rivers, streams, and creeks in Oregon. We at the Native Fish Society, along with our conservation partners, are keenly interested in increasing the cooperation and speed of this work as we face a changing climate. We ask that ODFW convene stakeholders and interested legislators to learn how we can help with this large volume of work. All of us at Native Fish Society will continue to work with ODFW staff to ensure abundant populations of self-sustaining fish. As such, we feel it is important to applaud the department when they hold the line on enforcing scientifically backed regulations that benefit our public resource. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Wall and Commissioners. It's great to see you. Thanks for coming to Southern Oregon. And yeah, like Dan said, I've been past this place so many times. I've never been in here. What a cool spot. So thanks for teaching me something about Southern Oregon I didn't know. My name is Jim McCarthy, and I am the Southern Oregon Program Director for Water Watch of Oregon. Founded in 1985, Water Watch is a nonprofit river conservation group dedicated to the protection and restoration of natural flows in Oregon's rivers. We work to ensure that enough water is protected in Oregon's rivers and aquifers to sustain fish, wildlife, recreation, and other public uses of Oregon's waters. We also work for balanced water laws and policies. Water Watch has members across Oregon who care deeply about our rivers, their inhabitants, and the effects of water laws and policies on these resources. Water Watch leads a coalition of multiple organizations whose members live, work, fish, and recreate in and along the North Umpqua River, above and below Winchester Dam, including coastal communities. Our coalition's members depend on salmon steelhead runs from this river for our livelihoods, for world-class recreational opportunities, for economic well-being of our communities, and for cherished traditions. This coalition was formed to bring the rule of law to Winchester Dam until such time as the dam can be removed for the benefit of the North Umpqua River and the people who love and depend on it. Thank you to this commission and to ODFW staff for standing up for the North Umpqua and approving the final fish passage order for new fish passage at Winchester Dam. This order promises transformative change and improvement at Winchester Dam after years of needless harm to the North Umpqua's water quality, aquatic life, and habitat. As you know, in 2019, the dam owners rejected our coalition's offer to contribute $10,000 in engineering services to improve fish ladder function at Winchester Dam. The dam owners then mounted a meritless challenge to the 2024 ODFW proposed fish passage order. There already has been much delay. The needless harm to North Umpqua must end. We urge ODFW and this commission to enforce the final order as it stands without further delay. As you know, this is a disintegrating 135-year-old dam maintained solely for private recreation. It's full of holes, sources of injury, false attraction. Unfortunately, we've learned the hard way that Winchester Dam will continue to harm the North Umpqua and its invaluable runs of native fish until it is removed. Over the last 5 years, Water Watch has offered twice in writing to the owners to remove the dam at little to no cost to them. Our offer still stands. We would like to remove Winchester Dam because we believe it would be beneficial for Oregon, for the local community, and for the environment. Water Watch has significant experience working with state and federal government agencies, funding sources, engineers, and contractors on dam removal. For example, in just the past 6 years, Water Watch, in partnership with ODFW and others, has removed 11 privately owned dams in the Rogue River Basin, including ODFW priority fish passage barriers in the Rogue's Alligator River subbasin, Illinois River subbasin, and Evans Creek subbasin. Water Watch is willing to use its best efforts to assist and work as a facilitator in bringing government agencies, funding sources, engineers, and other partners to the table to work on Winchester Dam removal without requiring a direct financial contribution on the part of the dam owners. Our hand will remain out to work cooperatively with Winchester Water Control District, state and federal government, and private organizations to accomplish successful dam removal and site restoration at Winchester. Thank you very much for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, and thank you both for your long support of ODFW's passage work. That is the end of public forum. Commissioners, with your indulgence, if we could also finish the minutes, then we will be ready for a break. So are there questions or changes, revisions to the minutes? Seeing none, could I have a motion on this one?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the February 2026 meeting minutes and continue authority to correct grammar and punctuation.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the February 2026 meeting minutes. And if we could, as was just read into the record, and if we could have a thumb vote on this one, please, commissioners, and it's unanimous, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll take a 10-minute break and come back to start the Minum.
10:10.
Yeah. Here.
Thank you. plan and just all of the kind of acquisitions that brought us to today. Again, another reason to celebrate. But I think it also hits all the marks in terms of the commission's focal areas. When you think about landscape scale conservation and you think about how we're serving all Oregonians, and climate resiliency and putting that kind of as a center to the work we do. So I kind of feel like it's got it all. So anyway, with that introduction, I'll hand it back to y'all to do
Try
introduction.
to top that.
All right. So good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, Director Colbert. I'm Bernadette Graham Hudson. I'm the Wildlife Division Administrator with the department. And today we are bringing the Minam River Wildlife Area Management Plan to you for your consideration. To provide some context, the department has properties that we manage primarily for the conservation of wildlife species and habitats through our wildlife area program around the state. These properties also provide varied recreation opportunities, as you heard a little bit about at Denman yesterday, about all the different user groups that are active there. Slightly different in the Minam, but a different setting, but similar interests from many groups. So we have 43 properties around the state that encompass over 200,000 acres. And about 20 of those are the size and scale for which we've developed management plans to guide our actions there. So what you'll hear today from Dan about the Minam River Wildlife Area Management Plan builds on the past engagement over many, many years and the acquisition that Debbie talked about. And I know many of you have been out to the property either on your own time or for some of those celebrations to celebrate the accomplishments of finally acquiring those properties. So Debbie stole a little bit of my thunder, but I'll just reiterate it because it's important. So Dan will be presenting on the management plan and the process of its development, which did include a pretty robust public outreach and engagement process. So he'll talk about that. We think that this plan and its implementation really directly tie to the commission's three focal areas. So those, as Debbie mentioned, are climate resiliency, landscape scale conservation, and serving all Oregonians. And the first two, the climate resiliency and landscape scale conservation, you'll see will tie directly to the goals related to connectivity for fish and wildlife, and also the goal related to resilient habitat to support those fish and wildlife. So good tie there. And then serving all Oregonians, you'll hear from Dan that we really aim to ensure access for multiple user groups. And that includes both on the Minam itself, but also the connected properties that it provides kind of good access to. So with that, I'll turn it to Dan to introduce himself and give the presentation.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Dan Marvin. I'm the Grand Ronde Watershed Wildlife Area Program Manager, and I'm pleased to present to you today the management plan for ODF&W's newest wildlife area, Minam River Wildlife Area. Great.
Quick.
For those who may not be as familiar with the wildlife area management plan process and this particular wildlife area, I was just going to give a little bit of background. The wildlife area is located in Northeast Oregon. It's situated in the Blue Mountain ecoregion within the Wallowa Mountains. More precisely, it sits about halfway between LeGrand and Enterprise. You'll see the yellow circle on the screen. This circle on the map highlights the area's location and its position to serve as a critical regional connection to public lands. And those are highlighted in the green polygons. This connection is quite large, creating a contiguous area of public land that rivals Yellowstone National Park. Several important features of this wildlife area that made its ownership such a priority for ODF&W. One is preserving the public access to the Minam Trail and the public lands within the Wallowa Mountains. Two, conserving an important forest ecosystem that forms a forested connection between the Blue Mountains to the north and the Wallowa Mountains in the south, which at a
which at a larger scale actually connects the Rocky Mountains to the Cascades. And third, the expansive grasslands to support migrating herds of elk and other ecologically important functions. So not only is the landscape scale of connections important, but the property also protects diversity and connectivity at multiple spatial and temporal scales. Wildlife area supports 7 different habitat types, including multiples that are recognized as part of the State Wildlife Action Plan. The map depicts these major habitat types and their position across the landscape. These habitats are these critical habitats are also support a diverse assemblage of endemic fish, wildlife, and plant species important to all Oregonians. So in addition to the previously stated important features, there are multiple characteristics which made the public ownership of this property important for ODF&W. These opportunities included the opportunity to preserve key winter range for local and migratory herds of elk within the Minam River Game Management Unit, to ensure public access to these landscapes for the enjoyment of current and future generations, prevent habitat fragmentation as a result of the threat to subdivision into individual hunting estates, limit the threat of wildlife damage due to elk and distribution onto neighboring private lands, and ensure continued protections for high quality and high functioning habitats, as well as the opportunity to restore those impacted by historic anthropogenic activities. So the Minam has been long recognized as for its importance as a big game winter range, its ecological richness, and its public recreation. As such, ODF&W has attempted multiple times to purchase this property, dating back to as far back as to the 1960s. In 2019, ODF&W and Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, in partnership with the Hancock Resource Group, later Manulife, negotiated a 2-phase purchase for a total of 15,573 acres to expand onto the original 440-acre Minam River Wildlife Area. In 2021, ODF&W successfully closed on 4,609 acres, and you can see that it's that block of blue. So that was the first phase 1 of the agreement. Phase 2 closed in 2023 and added an additional 10,900 acres, and that's the green polygon on the bottom of the screen. In 2024, we had the opportunity to purchase the remaining in holdings, and through our partnership with Manulife was able to successfully secure that additional 1,073 acres, creating a total of 17,087 acres for the new Minam Wildlife Area. Of course, this purchase would not have been possible without the tireless efforts and generous contributions of so many dedicated people. I want to take just a minute to thank our primary partners, the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Manulife, federal funding partners with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and U.S. Department of Agriculture, as well as all the devoted private and individual groups who all contributed. So next, I'll transition to the management plan and its organization, the goals and the objectives as they were achieved. ODF&W's wildlife areas are generally organized around an overall vision for the property. Achieving that vision statement is communicated through goals, which are supported by objectives, which are implemented through strategies. The Minam River goals are founded on an ecosystem-based management principle, whereby habitat enhancements are achieved by integrating diverse natural drivers and processes of their processes or their actively managed surrogates. Objectives are the quantifiable statements that ODF&W plans to achieve, and strategies are implementation actions and with an emphasis on terrestrial and aquatic objectives to be accomplished. So this is the Minot River vision statement. If you would like to read it, I'm gonna try to avoid that. So as previously highlighted, the Minot River Wildlife Area really is a keystone to protecting and enhancing landscape scale connectivity in Northeast Oregon. This landscape scale protection simultaneously protects ecological function of entire watersheds while facilitating working landscapes that enhance terrestrial and aquatic habitat resilience. In general, ODF&W's management philosophy for this property is to achieve management philosophy is to achieve the vision statement for the Minot River Wildlife Area can be broken into two approaches. One, restore and enhance habitats that are not functioning at full capacity. And two, to maintain or build landscapes resilient to climate change. This philosophy will largely be accomplished by focusing on those ecosystem-based management approach. Ecosystem-based management focuses on the area's primary drivers, which for this particular property include hydrology, local climate, and fire. Where natural ecological functions are limited or no longer appropriate, working lands and active management will serve as a proxy for these processes. For example, fire is a tool that is important, but not naturally available to us anymore. The working lands approach will serve an important role in a landscape that has experienced a shift in plant community assemblages, a loss of historic ecosystem forms and functions, and an anthropogenic and other anthropogenic related topics. So goal 1 of the Minot River Wildlife Area Plan is to protect and enhance regional and local connectivity. You can see on the right side of the slide there, a map that shows that a large portion of the wildlife area is designated as one of ODF&W's wildlife connectivity area networks. This designation highlights the area's role in providing the highest value habitat for facilitating movement of wildlife throughout the state of Oregon. Minot River has long been recognized for its high winter range value to elk and other cervids migrating out of the Wallowa Mountains. An adjacent conservation opportunity area as well is connected to the Minot River. Purchase of the wildlife area places all but 1/2 of a mile of the entire Minot River and its watershed in public ownership, supporting protection of federally listed Chinook, bull trout, and steelhead. Protecting and enhancing connectivity within this landscape is largely supported through a suite of habitat and administrative actions that remove barriers and will incentivize fish and wildlife utilization of the area for local and regional movements. Goal 2 of the Minot River Wildlife Area Plan is to actively manage for high quality and resilient habitats. The opportunity to protect and restore and enhance exceptional habitat value for all 7 major habitat types in the wildlife area for fish and wildlife is fundamental to ODF&W's ownership of the property. Using a combination of conservation and working lands management, ODF&W will look to promote landscape resiliency. Just a couple of objectives within this particular goal. There's more than 9,000 acres of forested habitat Objectives within that goal include continuing very successful partnership with the Department of Forestry, improving stand resiliencies to threats such as insects, disease, and catastrophic fire, working to promote early several stage habitats, and diversifying stand structures and habitat types. Within the 5,500 acres worth of grasslands and more than 200 acres of sagebrush shrublands, ODF&W's objectives and strategies there are to condition forage while maximizing biodiversity, working to plant native seeds, developing a rotational grazing program, suppressing invasive species, particularly with an emphasis on annual grass species. And then for our 1,000+ acres of riparian area, we have multiple strategies within that, including restoring aquatic and floodplain habitats, planting desired trees and shrub species, controlling invasives, and protecting riparian areas, whether that's through fencing or the implementation of our Ordered Forest Practices Act. Goal 3 of the Minot River Wildlife Area Plan is to provide access and a variety of recreational opportunities that complement the previous connectivity and habitat goals while supporting fish and wildlife species. Strategic strategies include continued game bird and big game hunting opportunities, promoting the opportunity for foraging and gathering, while fostering other non-consumptive activities, which include hiking, wildlife watching, horseback riding, and as well as engaging our local schools and communities in citizen science type volunteer activities. Additional strategies include enhancing and upkeep of 5 different points of access, providing access to over 62 miles of roads and trails, as well as the 8-mile Minot River Trail and its trailhead at Wildlife Flats. In addition to that, ODF&W will develop 2 overnight camping opportunities on the area and work with our neighboring landowners and agencies to develop and implement further access projects. For example, working with state parks to develop a suspension bridge at the state park in order to provide year-round access to the Minot River Trail. Goal 4 is to administer the wildlife area for to be able to successfully accomplish goals 1 through 3. Program administration is a necessity to develop and maintain facilities and infrastructure and ensure safe operation and use by ODF&W staff and our visitors. To accomplish the myriad of strategies listed in this plan, such as habitat management projects, program administration will serve to write grants, work with our partners, plan, implement, and execute projects that support the Minot River Wildlife Area and our management plan. Kind of as a first, we've also noted that due to the cultural significance related to the wildlife area, we've included an objective to acknowledge that cultural significance and have committed to documenting and protecting cultural resources through developing and completing our baseline cultural survey. This survey will be completed by June of 2026, and with the goal of expediting future on-the-ground activities and also protecting resources at the same time. So plan implementation and the Minot River Wildlife Area are supported by diverse forms of funding. Operation and maintenance is largely supported by PR dollars, which are supported by the sale of guns and ammunition, as well as a 25% match of license dollars. Other program incomes include a parking permit. We also receive grazing income, as well as hopefully in the future, we'll have some forest timber receipts as well to help support programs on the wildlife area. The multiple wildlife area, multiple ODF&W programs are necessary to support this, including our partnership with ODF, Oregon State Police, federal agencies, tribes, and other NGO and private individuals. Adaptive management is a large part of this ongoing management plan. Monitoring is key, and so ODF&W will work with our tribal partners, universities, non-government agencies, and volunteers to assist in conducting that monitoring. Another part of that ongoing adaptive management is to help restore and manage the area will be to capture a formalized grazing plan and forest management plan, and attach those as appendices to this overarching plan. And lastly, just a little bit about the structure of the plan. You'll notice that there's a difference in the format of this one to past plans. In an effort to modernize and provide a more efficient template, staff have streamlined the management plan layout. By separating the appendices from the body of the management plan, you can now find those and review those documents in an a la carte fashion. Remaining slides will highlight the Minam River Wildlife Area Plan development and its process. So public engagement for the management plan and conception actually began early on in the acquisition phase. Through numerous upfront conversations, meetings, tours, and discussions by the region and watershed, staff engaged our partners, community leaders, and elected officials on ODF&W's desire to create this new wildlife and develop our management approach. These conversations were pivotal for the resulting groundswell of community support that generated well over 100 letters of support for conveying this ownership from private property into ODF&W ownership. This upfront engagement throughout the acquisition process was instrumental in informing ODF&W's overarching desired public topics of interest and concern. Many of these included continued protection of fish and wildlife and their habitats, to the recognition of commitment to working landscapes, 3, a recognition and commitment to continue traditional recreational use, and 4, managing in a manner that promotes and protects resilient landscapes. The desired public interest topics were influential in the management plan creation and drafting the plan process. ODF&W staff have drew upon these topics in agency direction for crafting the goals and objectives within this management plan. So before you is a short timeline of our management plan public process. In late summer of 2025, the draft management plan was posted to the Minam River Wildlife Area webpage at MyODF&W. Local staff worked directly with our public affairs staff to draft and release a press release announcing our process and the timeline for public review. ODF&W staff also forwarded copies of the draft plan to our local officials, tribes, and collaborators. In September, ODF&W hosted a well-attended public webinar to review this draft management plan. The webinar kicked off our 30-day comment period. At the end of our presentation, multiple options and links were given to the public for ways to comment and provide testimony. Additionally, the presentation was recorded and posted to the website for continued public access. As of October 17th, 2025 marked the 30-day comment period. At that time, ODF&W had received over 17, or excuse me, had received 17 formal written comments and from numerous interested individuals. Attachment 6 in the commission plan, or in your commission packet, has the public correspondence that was received by ODF&W. In all, the comments were very supportive of the Minot River Plan and our vision. There were several themes, though, throughout the responses which staff felt warranted further consideration. The modified draft plan that we presented reflects those, and these include particularly the responses pertaining to staff's proposed winter range closures and camping on the wildlife area. As a result, one, to preserve some of the youth opportunity for big game hunting, as well as maintaining protections for wintering elk, staff chose to move the closure date from December 1 to the January timeframe, to the January 1 date. Staff also acknowledged the nearly equal split in comments from concerned respondents for camping on the wildlife area. In response to those concerns about interior camping, staff proposed a rule that would provide for camping at 2 locations on the perimeter. Public engagement also modified staff's proposed rules by including the wildlife area parking permit and adopting the agency's domestic sheep and goat ban to protect bighorn sheep in the Wallowa Mountains. Also, to better understand our public use of the wildlife area, staff has accepted the suggestion to implement a voluntary user survey at each of the 5 points of access to help inform our decisions moving forward. So that concludes our presentation. Thank you, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, and Commissioners for your time and deliberation on this topic. I'll leave you with this final slide regarding staff's recommendation of the plan and your consideration. We're willing to answer questions at your discretion or following public testimony.
Thank you. We do have one person for public testimony, but before we go to that, let's see if the commissioners have some initial questions, and then we can ask again at the end of the testimony. So it looks like we have at least 2. Go ahead, Commissioner Moldal.
Thank you, Chair Wall. Thank you, Bernadette. Dan, outstanding. This is I think one of the greatest opportunities for us to pursue conservation at scale in an incredibly important landscape. I wasn't privy to the tour, wasn't on the commission. I'm very jealous of the other commissioners who had an opportunity, but I've spent a lot of time in this part of the state and in the Blue Mountains and the Eagle Cap hunting and fishing. So I'm very familiar with the landscape. This is an opportunity for large-scale riparian restoration. And you talked a little bit about funding for that work that could occur. There are very few places in the state of Oregon that has such high quality water habitat, riparian habitat, but there's been a lot of damage in the Minot River. Could you expound for a minute on sources of funding that are available today, or you're hoping will be available tomorrow for riparian habitat in the Minot?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Modal. So we'll direct funding through PR is probably not available as for large scale, but we definitely work with our partners, whether it's tribal, like for
the Watershed Council that has a different council.
And so there's our habitat crews are also available to implement some of that work. And so as part of it, I know there's driving interest in the acquisition of the property was the ability to restore especially large sections of the Minot River. And that is an absolute priority for our program and for the region as well.
If I may, Chair Wall, Commissioner Moldal, I would
just maybe expand a little to, you know, OWEB funding is obviously a pretty common avenue. I don't want to get ahead of anything, but it's possible the TLT funding could also fund this type of work. One of the things, you know, in our effort to maintain working lands, there will be large wood coming off, you know, harvested wood off the upland areas, and this property provides a unique opportunity where we could also use that wood in restoration activities in the river system.
To follow up, I'm very gratified to hear that there's going to be a grazing plan and a forest management plan. Could you discuss the timelines of those plans, when they'll be drafted, public input, et cetera?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Moldell. With any luck, we'll actually start working on the grazing management plan in the next fiscal year. Try to source out contractors to help us develop and write that plan. And I would hope that within the next couple of years, we'd be able to have some of that implemented. The forest management plan will work with our Department of Forestry partners and incorporate the stand information that we received from Manulife when we purchased the property to help us inform that plan. So I would imagine the next couple of years that process will be completed as well. And so, yeah, absolutely. We'll certainly involve all of our agency folks to help us develop and write that plan and implement it as well.
Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Spellberg, did you have any other? Oh, no.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Wall. Yeah, great, great job, great partners. Boy, can't say enough good about it. Absolutely. I noticed, you know, originally, you had the winter closure date starting in December, and then, you know, I saw the public comments, so I think you responded well to the public comment about that. Do you still have some concerns about access in December, having too many people there in December? Does the winter range usually start about that time?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Spellberg. Not so much. You know, most of the access to the wildlife area is walk-in only. And typically by early December, you know, there's snow, the access conditions are fairly rigorous. And so I think just that in itself will limit an abundance of recreational access, which will also help. You know, if we had a severe winter, we might reconsider something. But I think honestly, you know, the accommodation is reasonable, and we can absolutely accomplish both objectives.
Yeah, because I noticed another suggestion would be to, you know, make December access by permit, where, you know, one of the requirements for permit would be to have an upland game bird stamp or a big game tag. For that might be something like if you feel like down the road that maybe you're getting a little too much access in there, you could do something like that. But I think it's great to make sure people get access to hunting and there it's available. Yeah, appreciate it. Anyway, great job.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions and then we'll go to public comment or to testimony. What I have read and heard on this one overwhelmingly is people are remarkably glad that this has happened. There is not only heartfelt appreciation for the fact that it happened, but for ongoing efforts to help and support ODF&W in this one and to collaborate in the community. And that ties with what we saw all day yesterday, which is what actually works in these is that long, hard building of the whole group, the whole set of groups into in a coalition that supports these kinds of efforts. And is this one that can, like has happened in this area we're in today, be one where we can keep all the interests at the table? I mean, there are exceptions and, you know, things happen, but is this one where it's an ongoing effort to keep all of the groups in the area at the table? Because there are different ways of looking at these things. So I'm just curious how you're looking at that.
Chair Wall, I believe, yes, the interest in the wildlife area has been absolutely overwhelming, like you've stated. And I think because of that, there's so many vested partners that we're we're going to be able to ride that groundswell of interest for many years. And I think as long as we remain true to what we said we were going to do from the beginning, and the way that we manage the property aligns with what we've presented today, I believe that we'll be able to continue to work forward with those partners long into the future, as long as we continue this good faith.
Chair, well, I might also add, I know Dan and the Watershed District staff through Jeff Yankee are pretty involved in a number of efforts with the county's natural resource plan and the Watershed Council, which I am also forgetting the name of. But I believe they're going to be applying for an OFIP as well. So there's those coalitions are already building, and as Dan mentioned, we can ride this wave hopefully and keep them at the table. So,
Thank you. And one other general question, which is, you mentioned the baseline archaeological survey, which I think is a great idea to get a good baseline. Is there a similar baseline plan for the you talked a lot about the ecological values, and we start in this one with the connectivity for ungulates, and that was kind of a huge driver to get all this started. We also are talking about the broader ecological functions, and there are a lot of them in this. It's so rich in them. Will we have a good baseline of those?
Chair Wall, I think yes. The answer to that question is absolutely yes. We will continue to develop and inform gain more knowledge about the wildlife area itself. We're fairly new to this area as far as actually ownership and management and what is the finite resources are. Part of the adaptive management is to continue to expand on that, and so developing those types of plans, those types of ideas, and working with our partners to improve on that is absolutely part of this process moving forward.
In part, I asked. Oh, go ahead.
Chair, well, I was just going to add. You've seen some of the vegetation mapping there, and we have good records with Manulife and their what they have seen on the property as well. So there's a lot to build from. I believe there's also been some surveys of swap species out there, so we can kind of see what is there and use that to drive further actions in the future. So I just wanted to add that.
And the report sure has pages and pages of what's out there, in terms of species and that sort of thing. And I was just looking also at the functions, because there are critical functions out there in terms of water and all kinds of other pieces. So I was just curious if we were going to do that kind of a baseline and then be able to build on it. So I think that unless go ahead.
I just want to commend you guys on the work on this, Dan and others. This is like another big legacy project for Oregon, right? It's so important, and there were so many people involved in making this happen. What I want to do, and this goes back a little bit in time, is to continue to thank the department for the connection to the county and the county commissioners on this project. I think it is an example, especially in our rural counties, where the department didn't get ahead of the communities. And that's part of what I think makes this so successful and so strong. This is near and dear to the heart of the people that live in that region as well. And acquisition can feel stressful to communities. So I just want to say that again. Thank you for that. And then the other thing that I wanted to bring up is you guys mentioned rotational grazing for those of us who are grazing nerds. And I think Dallas Hall DeVries is one as well. Using the term rotational grazing is a very outdated term for the kind of grazing that is available to us today. I think we like to use terms like planned grazing and really be thinking about how that grazing can help us with things like catastrophic fire by using grazing as a tool. So I would encourage when you guys go out to look at some of the latest and greatest in grazing. There's so much out there today that's positive. So just want to put a plug in for that because it's cool and can help us with some of our fire issues as well, which we have been painfully made more aware of in our tour yesterday.
And weed issues.
Yes, and sometimes weeds, you gotta be good. You gotta be really good at grazing to do it, but you can do it.
Yes. Commissioner Moldal, you look like you're about to ask one more question before we bring, no?
I have an amendment I'd like to discuss to the proposed administrative rules at the appropriate time.
Okay. Let's let the public testimony happen and then we'll come to that next. And remind me if I happen to forget. So staff don't go very far, but if we can ask Todd Atkins to come up for public testimony. Who is, I believe, the new director of OHA, right?
Oh.
Go ahead.
Ooh, that's a low chair. You guys put down.
He got to witness that.
Makes me have good posture.
There you go.
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, and the rest of the commission. I think I got to meet just about everybody yesterday. Save one, I believe that's the case. It is my absolute pleasure to be here. I am, in fact, the new executive director at Oregon Hunters Association. And I don't get to take any credit for this grand success we're talking about right now. I'm coming in for the after party. Oregon Hunters Association was supportive of this critical project from the get-go. Everybody in the room understands and knows we were there in phase one. We're not only a longtime partner of ODFW, but we have a ton of members in that section of the state, and we've been supportive of it throughout. We contribute a substantial portion of our conservation on the ground dollars to this acquisition. We support it 100%. We've been very pleased with the results, as everyone here understandably is. And we stand ready for all of the next phases that are yet to come. We've already set aside monies for now on the ground projects within the unit itself. We're already ready to take it to the next phase. A couple of things to add. We are pleased that the month of December, that date was moved to January 1. There are a number of our folks who engage in the activities that we obviously support during the month of December. So we are pleased that January 1 is the new start date of the closure. Number two, we do have a lot of members who like to overnight camp at such properties when they will be engaged in hunting. So strategy 3.2.4, we look forward to that discussion going forward about how folks can take advantage of overnight camping on this property. Because again, a lot of hunters like to approach the world that way. So we just want to make sure that going forward, we address that obvious need. Finally, at the end of the day, whenever it comes to ODFW acquiring more public property, we know that's a big topic in our community, right? You can go ask some United States senators about how strongly our members feel about this question. We stand ready, willing, and able to help the department and this commission seek out new properties so that our folks can do what they do. And not just our folks, but all Oregonians. So I'm happy to be here. I look forward to working with you in the future. I stand ready, willing, and able, no matter what it is. And in fact, just reach out and let me know. I don't know if you have any questions, but I'm willing to answer any of them.
Questions right now? Thank you for your offers. I appreciate them and believe this, we wrote them down. So
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for joining the tour as well.
One
Yeah.
second.
Oh.
Commissioner Lapham, did you have a question about?
And nice to
No.
meet you too.
We're good?
Yeah, and on time. Thank you. Let's go back to Commissioner Moldal and then Commissioner Labhart, and then we'll come to you, Commissioner Morrison.
Sure. I received or read and received personally a number of comments from stakeholders concerning the use of electric bikes and explicit language that's proposed in the section 635 administrative rules. I think we need to be explicit here. Presently, it's written that ATV and snowmobile use is prohibited. I've seen and been witness to any number of interesting innovations in human transport across the landscape involving e-bikes. And I think that's only going to continue to grow. So I would like us to amend provision 5 to read all motorized or battery powered devices, vehicles and drones are prohibited on all area lands except for administrative use.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Moldahl, I just wanted to let you folks know about a different OAR that does cover motorized vehicle use. So in Division 8, we have, which is the commission's, it's in our lands rule and the commission's ability to post and enforce rules. We do prohibit motor vehicles on our wildlife areas, with the exception of parking areas, open roads, et cetera. And that we don't list all the motorized vehicles because there's obviously new technologies that come up all the time. So there is a ban on motorized vehicles. It's in a different rule and it applies to all of our wildlife areas. And then I would just add specifically in our signage that we put up, we do call out e-bikes. So that is addressed in the signage as listed as prohibited. So just wanted you to know that it is captured in another rule set that applies to our wildlife areas.
Thank you for that
And
explanation.
so motorized in that case includes e-bike?
Yes.
Thank you. Just want to make.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
You also had
Okay.
drones.
Oh, drones, right. Drones fall in the same category?
Go ahead.
I don't specifically off the top, excuse me. Chair Wall, Commissioner Modell, we do have a specific rule to drone use on the wildlife areas, and they're prohibited without permit. And typically that permit is only for informational, scientific-based type applications.
Thank you.
That's useful. I didn't realize that. Thank you. That's useful to know. Thank you. Let's see, I think it was Commissioner Labhart next, and then we'll come back.
Okay, it's in terms of discussion. Is that, are we there now? Okay, so first of all, Commissioner Moldahl, I asked the same question of staff and they said, nope, electric motor is a motor. So,
Thank you.
I appreciate that, you bringing it up too. So I'd like to just kind of generally talk, and then I want to talk about some specifics too, but this is, it's almost on the same order as 4134. This is a game changer for the agency in terms of a wildlife management area there. Dan, you covered this a little bit, but I want to elaborate on it. You know, Manulife was at the table all the way through the process. Can't thank them enough for the work that they put into this, getting us to yes. Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Pittman Robertson Funds, the county commissioners from Wallowa and Union counties. Clearly, Nick Myatt and others did a really good job of the political side of this thing, because historically, particularly Wallowa County is not in favor of public land going into, or private ownership going into public land. And they came out with unanimous support for this, which they don't usually do, which is huge. OHA, Todd mentioned that, their support there. The Forest Service Legacy Fund that provided a significant amount of funding for this project, this effort. Those folks deserve a huge amount of credit for getting us to where we are today. I'd like to thank Bernadette and Brian and Jeff for spending about an hour with me on Zoom, addressing my questions that I had. You've addressed them all. In particular, the question about the plan review process. Historically, our plan review process for wildlife areas is 10 years. And because this is a new plan and we're going to try some new and different things. They've moved it to a 5-year review, which I think is very appropriate for something of this nature that is so big. And, it's going to be pretty interesting implementing some of these strategies. It'd be great to take a look at it at 5 years. So I really appreciate that. The Wild Sheep Foundation have their comments, particularly about the pack goat prohibition is identified in the OARs. So goats are a potential issue for Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep and domestic sheep. So that was a concern of mine that you addressed with the Wild Sheep Foundation comments. And then the Wallowa County comments, there was multiple pages of comments from Wallowa County, and it looks like you've addressed most of those, but we need to fully realize not everybody's going to get what they want. So there were some things that we agreed to and some things that we didn't agree to, but I think they're going to be happy or at least acceptable of this approach. So I'll just close with, this is going to be different, in my opinion, for ODF&W, because this, and I'm trying to think of wildlife management areas. There's the Ladd Marsh, which probably gets a lot of public use, and Denham Wildlife Area gets a lot of public use. This is going to be a lot different public use because it's going to be, there's a state park adjacent to this area that is going to attract people. We're now going to open up the trail with a bridge across there so people can access the other portion of getting into the Bynum and into the Eagle Cap Wilderness area. So there's going to be, a lot of the public is going to want to use this area. So, get ready because there's going to be a lot of folks that are going to say, "Ooh, look at this! This is pretty cool," and want to walk in the Bynum and float the Bynum and do all the things that people do in recreation. But overall, I'm going to vote yes on this. I think you guys did a yeoman's job in addressing the concerns. And I've visited this site 3 times now. And every time I go up there, I'm just blown away by what we've got in our portfolio now. It's going to be a major addition. And so we need our partners to help us put this plan into effect. And we need to find the funding to help move us in that positive direction. So job well done. Thanks.
Commissioner Morrison, and then we'll go to Commissioner DeFries.
Yeah, thanks. And I hope I didn't miss my chance for a question because I'm going to sort of ask a question as well. But first of all, I just wanted to say, really exceptional project. This is fantastic. As you've already pointed out, it covers the issues of connectivity and working for all Oregonians and climate resiliency. Just fantastic. And the way that you approached this is just exactly the way that I think we would all hope to see projects go forward with, the level of community engagement that you provided, the response to the comments that you've made, the adjustments to the plan based on that, the discussion about tribal cultural interests, really exactly the kinds of things that at least I would hope to see in these plans. So just a phenomenal job all around. And I'll say, I was working at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service at the time that some of the major funding for this came through. And I was being briefed on this project by our director or chief for the Office of Conservation and Investment, generally a pretty stoic guy. And he was like genuinely giddy in that briefing. Now I fully understand why now I'm giddy about this. So just really, again, phenomenal job all around. And I think we're all extremely excited about this. I guess the question that I have is, if I counted this up right, there's 60 plus strategies that are in the plan, and it's a well done plan. I'm not criticizing that at all. But have you thought about sort of the tiering of priorities of those, just because that's a lot to take on in a fairly short period of time, even with the tremendous amount of partner support that I hope we will continue to see? Are there kind of like tier 1, here's the things we want to try and attack first?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Morrison, that's a really great question. And, I think we're well situated to be able to, with the resources that we have to dive into that. But to answer the question, we haven't really prioritized where we start first. And some of that has kind of fallen out naturally, though. I think, a grazing plan, kind of coming up with the next steps for our forest management plan. How do we integrate, fisheries and be able to incorporate restoration for the Bynum itself? So those are probably, big bullet items, and underneath that, the individual strategies will start to align. But we haven't developed that as of yet.
Yeah, and again, that wasn't a criticism of the plan. I think that would have been hard to bake into the plan. And by the way, nice job on the streamlined kind of approach to the plan too. I thought was really well done. And maybe just to build off what Commissioner Labhart said, certainly leaning towards voting for approval.
Thank you. We'll go to Commissioner DeFreeze, and then I have a couple questions as well. So, go ahead,
Yeah,
Commissioner.
Thank you. Not to, parrot what every other commissioner has said too much, but really excited about this, and just to double down on how great of a community effort this has all been, and I think continues to be. This is what I would consider to be an extension of my backyard, and it's such a neat part of the world. That area specifically is so great. And I would just say, as this, and I know you know this, but really to say that as you continue in implementing your strategy, there are some incredible local resources right there in Wallowa County, right there in Union County. Grazing plan, some of the best grazers I know are in Wallowa County. They're right there. Forest planning, we have well resources, just all of the local knowledge there and experiential knowledge just directly in this part of the world. Make sure you're tapping into that, because they really know a lot and have lived and worked on those lands for a long time. And I know you know that, and you've showed that in just in like how this plan has gone forward. But I just want to say local knowledge goes a long way in continuing success. And I think that we can just like this, what a showcase this can be for implementing the executive order on next lands and how the state is looking at that with partners. And yeah, I'm really excited. I too am giddy. And so yeah, just great work so far. And I'm really excited to see how this continues to progress.
Thank you.
Chair Wall, if I might just add, kind of building on Commissioner Valdefreeze and Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde's comments about grazing. I do think this is a great opportunity for us to be trying new things, being a leader, and so I appreciate those comments. And as we get into that grazing plan development, I think it's a great chance for us to learn as well about how we can do this to make sure we're benefiting the wildlife and the habitat, and also maintaining that. And so really look forward to us kind of getting out in front of that more than we have in the past. And, that could include things like virtual fencing, which I think has been talked about a fair amount as well. So.
Thank you. I did get to go on one of the tours, and it's remarkable. So I hope you've been there about. Yeah. It's just a remarkable chance. I do have, going back to one of my earlier questions, the ecological baseline and knowing what we have. I think I heard you say we'll try to get to that. Could you just say a little bit more about just knowing what we have in terms of the functions in this area?
Chair Wall, yeah, I think realistically what we, one of the things we called out in the management plan was using our state and transition models and the ecological state models, and that we're going to use an actual monitoring program plan across the landscape on the wildlife area to help us use those tools to get at where we are currently on the wildlife area, what condition those rangelands are in, what condition are our riparian zones in, what condition and states are our forest habitat types in. And so we'll use that in developing some kind of a baseline, and then that will also inform us as we move forward as how we can gauge our progress, because we'll use what's referred to as the reference states. And so, how does what we have on the ground compare to reference states, and how can we, transition or move the needle towards that and improve upon those particular sites?
Thank you. My next question is, keeping in mind, we had another one of our tours was in the Bend area, and the take-home message from that, plus a workshop from the department, was we have enormous use in this state and interest in recreation. And it seems like you're trying to make sure people get those opportunities without, killing the golden goose, if you will. And it's a tough balance. So I appreciate the way you're going about this and trying to make sure those voices are, that we have all of the voices at the table so that we get that right, so that we don't lose the value in this area, just buying it. And I agree with what you said, Mr. Atkins, about buying these properties and protecting the best. And this is one of those protect the best chances. So to the extent that we can have the kind of community conversations that we've seen in this area that we're in now and across the state, so that we actually get to build a community vision over time, and it'll change over time because we'll know more over time. So I appreciate the way you're going about this. I think it's absolutely critical to keep all those voices at the table. A question that was one more that I just wanted to say one thing about the grazing and that sort of thing. I mean, I'm in a completely different part of the state than we're talking about here, but some of this grazing stuff is the same no matter where you are, which is if you look at the thing as a whole, at that landscape, whatever size your landscape is that you have, and it's your priority to have grazing done well and habitat done well, those can sing and support each other. And I think that's what you were talking about with livestock can be used, if you're careful, so to control weeds. That kind of grazing can control weeds, or it can control, you can control how much the livestock touches the water. And there are things you can do with the water system so you don't have them in the streams. And I've seen that happen, and it just spirals up instead of down when you do it that way. So I really am glad that we're at least at a position right now where we can take advantage of what people have learned over the last decade or two about grazing in less damaging ways. And it can be done, and it can actually help. So I think we have a great chance here to do it right. And I think it just seems especially important to keep all the voices there. So we're looking at those new, and I call it new. I mean, people have been doing this a long time. The buffalo did it before that, but we learned a lot in the last couple decades about doing this in ways that protects the habitat at the same time that we do ag well, if you will. So just wanted to mention that. There's not a question on that last one, just wanted to mention that. Looks like we have another question from Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde.
Yeah, I think we very well, Bernadette covered this. I really appreciated Commissioners Moldau's comments about the e-bikes. And so I'm very glad that we have a policy about that for the Minam, but we're starting to see, I think, who told me yesterday that they're opening up the forests near Bend to e-bikes. Federal lands. So at what point do we start confusing the public about nature and where these things are allowed? So I think it's a big deal just to keep in the back of our mind as ODF&W of
good point.
What is what are the boundaries around that? And then the only other thing that really comes to my mind on this Minam thing is just to think one of our deepest priorities at ODF&W right now is to think at landscape scale. And the Minam is such a golden opportunity for that, to think at this huge scale, right? And have it connected, right? And it's, I don't know, it's magical to think about that. And it's also a huge responsibility because we are opening a simpler pipeline to all of that, right? And I don't know how I had an opportunity a couple of weeks ago to be at Joshua Tree National Park. And we just have run every single inch of it over, right? If you were trying to be wildlife there, I don't know where, I I don't want to throw it under the bus, guys, but it was insane. It was insane. People everywhere. And how do we, how do we put our hands to work in stewardship rather than just thinking of it as like a recreational take for us personally? We could put 1,000 hands to work in these landscapes and connect with them in that way, or we could just run them over, right? And I don't know. I know everyone wants that. We all want, and we want our children outdoors, and we want it all. But just, I don't know. I just have to say that because we are part of opening up the pipeline here. Let's do that with great care.
Well said.
Did you have one? Circling back on one of your earlier questions, Nick Myatt, our region manager, just kind of shared with me on the riparian area funding and restoration that the Nez Perce tribe and the Umatilla tribe, along with our ODFW Fish District staff and the Grand Ronde Model Watershed, are already raring to go on some projects, and there is BPA habitat money that can be used through the Grand Ronde Model Watershed. So they're also giddy to kind of do some of this work at landscape scale. So.
I think we have, did you have another question, Commissioner Hatfield?
No, oh gosh, no.
Then I think that maybe if there aren't other questions, maybe we're ready for a vote on this one, a motion.
I move to adopt the goals and objectives of the 2025 Minam River Wildlife Area Management Plan and amend OAR Chapter 635-008-0126 as proposed by staff in Attachment 3.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt the goals and objectives of the 2025 Minam River Watershed Area Management Plan, as was just read into the record. Let's do a voice vote on this, if you will, Michelle.
Modal,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes.
Good job, guys.
I just want to thank Dan for driving all the way from the far corner of the state. I think he had a 9-hour drive yesterday, so.
Oh, man.
Drove the whole
Just
way
to
in
be
that suit.
tortured by
And Dan,
Thank you, Dan.
for taking care of this precious resource for us, right? I know it's.
That's a lot.
I know it's in good hands.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, let's move to Exhibit C, OPRD grass carp permit exception. Take it away, Chris. Try to follow that.
Change chairs. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners. For the record, Chris Kern, the Propagation Program Manager in Fish Division for ODFW. We do not propagate grass carp, but we do issue stocking permits and fish transport permits under our rules, which is why I'm here before you today. Let's see if I can get this going. Okay. Grass carp are classified as controlled species in Oregon due to their potential negative impacts on fish and wildlife habitat, particularly if they were to become established out in the wild. That's what we focus on most, is keeping them contained, keeping them well regulated, mostly through ensuring that any fish that come into the state are sterile, that they go into a closed water body where they're unlikely to escape or be removed. And also that we can identify where we find them and what stocking event. Then we do that through tagging requirements. This request is from Oregon Parks and Recreation Department to the commission to consider an exception to a single part of your rules governing stocking of sterile grass carp in Oregon, and specifically just one portion of the rule actually that's strictly about land ownership in the rule. The rule currently requires that the water body be owned privately
or managed by a special district as defined under Oregon statutes, typically a drainage district or an irrigation district. And that's the part that they don't meet. However, the rule also allows for a specific exception to that part of the rule in later language within the rule. So that's what we're here to ask today. Parks has applied for an exception request, which you should have in your packet. They meet all of the other requirements in our rule, which is this slide here, with the exception of that land ownership. And so I wasn't going to go through all of those, but these are the primary. There's a few other ones, but these are the major ones. You could kind of see the intent there of keeping them contained, limiting their import, and such. So we've gone through those, compared it to their application. Our district biologist has visited the site. Everything checks out the way it is supposed to. And I should have mentioned, I believe we do have some parks, at least one or more folks online if we need questions from parks. So let's see if I should have hit that a little earlier. Okay, so this is just the excerpt of the rules. Again, there's two places where the rule already allows you to grant exceptions. That's the water body size, less than 10 acres is in the rule. This one's just over an acre, not a problem. And then the ownership. So that's it. They were required to submit a request to you. We reviewed that. Again, doesn't change anything else in the rule. All the other provisions remain. And now just a brief description of the site. Again, just over an acre. This is a closed system. They pump water in, they pump water out, not a natural water body. And this is the last stage, as I understand it, of the treatment system that the park uses at Beverly Beach State Park. So they've had a significant problem with duckweed in particular and have focused on mechanical removal, basically by hand and rake, I think. Not working very well. They would like to find a better alternative that's easier on staff and safer on staff, because this is wastewater treatment. And they'd like to avoid using herbicide in the system. And so this is an opportunity to do that. Again, fully fenced and enclosed, so no public access. That's another piece of the rule, a very key one. So nobody else but park staff can really get in here. So it's even more ideal than some of as we can fully enclosed. And slow. I got ahead of myself. So they would like to try using sterile grass carp as a control measure in this site. I already kind of covered that. And there's a picture of aerial picture of a pretty significant infestation there. So our recommendation to you is to consider and hopefully approve this exception request, which would allow us to issue a permit. And then we would process the stocking permit and the transport permit as we do any other requests that meet the requirements. And with that, I think I can take any questions you might have.
I have a quick one, Chris. Can you just say a sentence or two about why we have what was the purpose of the land ownership requirement?
Yeah, sure, Chair Wall. I don't know. Well, somehow I lost the draft motion language, but we don't have like a written history of the rule, so it's a little bit of interpretation, but I think it's pretty safe to assume that I looked through the record of this and it's changed over the years to be more and more specific about things. And one of the main focuses that I said that we have is not having them in places where public generally can just go and potentially get those animals and move them if they wanted to. And I think the assumption is if it's a publicly owned water, it's probably publicly accessible. In this case, it very clearly is not. And so I think it's just a rare enough situation that nobody saw the need to try and write the rule to accommodate this kind of situation with a public water body, because it's technically public, but not accessible. And to my knowledge, it hasn't come up for public agencies in this way in the past. So that seems to be a reasonable approach to just kind of leave the rule. We start seeing 5 or 6 of these every 10 years or something. Maybe we want to consider coming back to the commission on that rule, but I don't think it's necessary at this point.
Okay,
That all?
makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. Thanks, Commissioner Morrison.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And this is just a quick question, I think, hopefully. Not even related to this particular permit, but I'm just curious how many types of permits, I mean, like this have we issued?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Morrison, specific for grass carp?
Yes.
I couldn't tell you how many we've issued in total, but they're not very common anymore. Early in the stocking sort of rules, I think there was more impetus for it. But I did look, it's 3 a year is kind of a recent average. As low as 0 and as many as like 5. And that's kind of counting, once we've issued a stocking permit, if somebody wants to stock additional animals, they do that through the fish transport permit. They don't necessarily have to reapply, and we evaluate whether they still meet all the requirements and all that stuff. And so that includes reissuance of some of those. When I say 3 to 4, that includes some that are like, well, I want to put 2 more in. And often it is, I'd like 2, very low. So there are a number out there. They're just not routinely coming in at high numbers now.
Well, maybe then just a quick follow-up. So the permit process that we have in place now is working well. We're not seeing any ill effects.
Correct. Yeah.
The reason I'm laughing is I'm going to say the word Devil's Lake.
Yeah.
You want to hear
I
what
had to
Devil's
say
Lake?
Yeah.
There's a little more of the story.
Very different situation here, but yes.
Yes. Okay, I think we're ready for a motion on this one then, if anybody would like that.
Okay, I'll read, yeah. I move to approve the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department's request for an exception to the land ownership provisions in the controlled fish species rule as outlined in attachment 2 related to its permit request to stock sterile grass carp in an isolated wastewater treatment pond at Beverly Beach State Park.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Oregon Parks and Recreation Department's request for an exception to the land ownership provisions as was just read into the record. Let's do a voice vote if we could. Michelle?
Laphart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Paul DeFreeze,
Yes.
O'Donnell,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde. Yes. Wall.
Yes, thank you, Chris, and thank you to the Parks
Chris.
Department. Yes.
Thank you.
Drive safe.
Yes. And we will go to the Denman Wildlife Area acquisition and hear more from the people we got to hear a little bit from yesterday. Thank you for that. Yep.
Hi, good morning still, which I'm very happy to say. Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Mike Govan. I'm the West Region Manager for ODFW. First, I just wanted to thank all of you for the kind words this morning. And I wanted to echo my appreciation for staff as well yesterday. I think they did a lot of work leading up to the tour. They did a great job. So just for the record, from my voice on the record, I wanted to also express that appreciation. One of the places that we drove past yesterday and had lunch at was the Denman Wildlife Area. We did point out, I think, as we were cruising by, the discussion that we're going to have today about the ability for us to have an acquisition of a small sliver of property on Denman. It's pretty unique. Now, whoever set up the scheduling for this did a great job to not make us go right after Minam, because certainly this is a different scale than Minam, but certainly important locally. So I'm here to introduce Connie Slavin, who's the Denman Wildlife Acting Manager, and she's going to provide the presentation to you for your consideration. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Commissioners, and Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Tawny Slavin. I'm the Acting Manager for the Denman Wildlife Area here in Central Point. So we heard a little bit earlier from Dan Marvin, Bernadette, Graham Hudson about the Minam Wildlife Area that ODFW manages. And it seems it's fairly clear that the value of wildlife areas are significant to our users and our conservation objectives. I'm here today to provide a presentation of a 5.67 acre parcel of former railroad property that we would like to acquire and incorporate into the existing Denman Wildlife Area plan. All right, so the map in front of you outlines a portion of the haul tract unit, which is highlighted in gold. The haul tract unit is one of 3 units that make up the entirety of the Denman Wildlife Area. The property we're interested in is highlighted in green, the bottom of the screen. From here on, I'll refer to that parcel as the railroad property. The Denman Wildlife Area was established in 1954 when 1,760 acres of the former Camp White Military Reserve was conveyed to the Oregon Game Commission from the United States General Service Administration via a restricted deed specifying that the land be used for the purpose of wildlife conservation. Although most of the land that makes up the Denman Wildlife Area once was part of the Camp White Military Reservation, this 5.67 acre parcel, a former railroad that dissects the eastern portion of the haul tract unit, was owned and operated by the Medford Logging Company at the time of the 1954 conveyance. The railroad was later decommissioned sometime in the 1960s, and the property was sold to a private entity. The property's location creates public access and habitat connectivity issues on the Denman Wildlife Area. Most visitors aren't aware that they're crossing a parcel of private property to access the Denman Wildlife Area. And so far, the longstanding landowner has been accommodating with neighboring management objectives and an informal public access agreement with Denman Wildlife Area staff and visitors. While the property is currently vacant and appears to have no practical use due to landscape constraints, the property is currently zoned as an improved H&B use tract, where zoning is not significant, meaning that the appraiser identified the highest and best use of the property, and the current zoning regulations are not limiting the property's potential or value. The current landowner could choose to restrict access or sell to another interested buyer who may not wish to be as accommodating. Keep in mind that this parcel of property could potentially be fenced off or developed where access would no longer be available. Oh, there it goes. I think it met. Yes. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. So the wildlife area. Oops. Excuse me. It's going all over the place. Okay.
You're just hitting backwards.
I'm trying. I don't want to go too far because I don't want it to go all the way back to the beginning. Apologies. To go back one more slide. Okay, stop right there.
Perfect.
The wildlife area is currently managed to protect, enhance, and restore all fish and wildlife species and their habitats located on the wildlife area, and to provide a wide variety of wildlife-oriented recreational and educational opportunities to the public, including waterfowl, upland bird, and deer hunting opportunities. The Denman Wildlife Area can see on average roughly 2,100 hunters annually, and this count is only a portion of the total consumptive and non-consumptive visitors of the Denman Wildlife Area. Fishing, hiking, birding, and dog training are some of the other recreational activities offered to the public. The area is also an important resource for outdoor education and maintains historical and cultural value within the community. The Denman Wildlife Area is also relatively unique in having a large block of habitat conserved on the Rogue Valley floor. As neighboring land continues to be developed, the open space, wildlife, and habitat provided on the Denman Wildlife Area will be an increasingly valuable public resource. The railroad property acquisition would create habitat connectivity and allow public access to the roughly 600-acre haul tract unit on the Denman Wildlife Area without requiring the construction of a new parking lot or entrance that would destroy valuable agate desert vernal pool habitat. As you can see from the bottom right of the slide, excuse me. As you can see from the bottom right of the slide, visitors park in the existing Denman Wildlife Area parking lot, which is highlighted in red, and cross through the railroad property, which is highlighted in green, to access the wildlife area, which creates trespassing concerns. The purple dots seen in the slide are the main footpaths that visitors use through the railroad property to access the Denman Wildlife Area. While the current landowners have been cooperative with the informal public access agreement and neighboring management objectives, ODFW has no legal authority or over activities or development within the railroad property boundaries. This photograph on the left was taken after you cross that footbridge from the parking lot and look to your left or to the south down the length of the railroad property. While the habitat type may not appear significant, you can see on the right-hand side of that first photograph, there are two small pools. These are vernal pools that have begun reestablishment within the footprint of the existing railroad bed. Just to the west of the pools are established vernal pools. Vernal pools are a unique and vital habitat type for overwintering and residential wildlife, as they provide shelter and food for a wide range of species. The photograph on the right was taken this February in a vernal pool located just to the outside of the photograph on the left. The image you see is a female Brachynecha lynchi, or vernal pool fairy shrimp, a species of freshwater crustaceans that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service listed as threatened under the Endangered Species Act in 1994. Vernal pool fairy shrimp provide food for amphibians and a variety of bird species. The current appraisal for the property is valued at $111,150. Funding required to satisfy this purchase will come from PR dollars. And it's more important than ever to secure this property as soon as possible to prevent prior future land costs, potential loss of public access, and fragmentation of habitat connectivity. Future operation and maintenance of the railroad property will be incorporated into the existing Denman Wildlife Area Management Plan. Our recommendation is that the commission approve the acquisition of the railroad property of 5.67 acres in Jackson County, valued at $111,150, and incorporate it into the Denman Wildlife Area Management Plan. Thank you guys very much.
Looks like we do have one question, and then I have one, and then we'll vote.
I should, thank you, Joel. I should ask this question yesterday. So it's a closed system. How did the fairy shrimp get into that closed area?
Yes, Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart. It's the, so if you can see, I don't know if I can go back.
Oh, it's all right. Just go ahead. Just tell me.
You could see there was an egg pouch on that vernal pool, the fairy shrimp.
Okay.
Those are called, what she's carrying are eggs, or what they call cysts. They are very hardy and they get deposited into the soil, and then the pool dries up, and through like wind or just animals moving through, they can disperse into other areas.
Okay, so they were brought there by some other species.
Yes.
Okay, and then the second question I had, in terms of an appraisal on the property. So are we paying the appraised price, or are we paying more than the appraised price?
We're paying, from what I understand, the appraised price.
Okay, just want to make sure. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yes, so this is more of a statement, just to appreciate you for being the person that takes care of this really critical property for all of us in Oregon. We did just get done talking about the Minam, which is the new glitter, but I think it's important that we honor all the work of people like you and others in ODF&W that are managing really important assets for us around the state. So I just want to let you know. I also need to point out that Tawny and I are some of the very few graduates of Brothers Elementary School, Brothers Oregon, one-room school. There's only about 35 of us probably in the last 100 years. He's one of them, and so am I. Right. There may be more than that, but
probably not.
Probably not. But anyway, I just had to point out that little fact. But then I also do have to say, I think it's important, and I'm going to support this, but I am actually appalled at the price for this. I know it sounds like we've done an appraisal and looked at it, but that's pretty expensive, 6 acres right there for a railroad siding. Just, it's important. We need to do it.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit of financial bills are going off in my head.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question, and keeping in mind what you just said, I still want to ask the question. I think it's great that we're getting to close this gap and that people will have the access and we can protect the areas, the pools and stuff on both sides. Are there other areas like this around Denman? And you talked about it, I know, a little bit yesterday, but if you could just say a little bit about maybe we have other chances around this area, especially in light of what you said that I didn't quite put together even after yesterday, that this is a big chunk on the valley floor, and then that valley floor is heavily used up with other development. And so it's hard to find these.
Yes, thank you, Chair Wall. In the very beginning of my presentation, you could see a kind of a larger overview of the haul tract with the industrial area surrounding and Mount McLaughlin in the back. Currently, it's mostly industrial that we're surrounded by, but we do have some rural residential ag land in other parts of our wildlife area. As far as like vernal pool habitat connectivity, I can't a piece of property that we would acquire right now for that. We do have 2 pieces of property that would be of interest if they were ever brought up. One being over on our MoDOC side. Currently the Jackson County owns an old gravel pit that their property kind of goes into our wildlife area, and that can create some habitat issues. And then we have another piece of property that would be interesting if ODOT would be willing to let that go, where the confluence of the Antelope Creek and Little Butte Creek come together, where we'd be able to hopefully manage that land in the future. But that's all just been kind of just talk between people, but nothing official.
Right. No, I think that, but that it's important, and thank you. That's helpful. Seeing no other questions, is there a motion on this one?
I move to approve acquiring the 5.67 acre railroad property and incorporating it into the Denman Wildlife Area for public benefit.
And I'll second.
Been moved and seconded to approve acquiring the 5.67 acre railroad property and incorporating it into the Denman Wildlife Area for public benefit. And Michelle, could we do a voice vote on this one too?
Morrison,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellbrink,
Yes.
Hall DeFreeze,
Yes.
Bodal,
Yes.
Hatfield Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes, thank you. And thank you both.
Thank you.
And for all the tour.
Thank you.
Great to get to see this before we voted on it. Commissioners, we have only 10 minutes before noon, but with your indulgence, if we could do at least.
Great
one or
job.
two of
Thank you.
These short ones.
Yeah.
Then we can let people go home and stuff as well. Not that you want to go home, Brian, but. Okay, Exhibit E, Access and Habitat. You're going to introduce that one and then.
Yes, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, Director Colbert. I'm Brian Wolfer. I'm the Wildlife Division Deputy Administrator. Travis Schultz, our Access and Habitat Coordinator, is going to give the presentation virtually today. I'm mostly up here in case we have technical difficulties and we have to call an audible. And so with that, I'm going to let Travis introduce himself and run the presentation.
Thank you. Give me 1 second here to share my screen.
We're seeing it.
Copy. Thank you. Okay. Good morning, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, Director Colbert, members of the commission. For the record, I am Travis Schultz, the Access and Habitat Coordinator. I have 8 A&H Board recommended projects before the commission today as issue 1. First up, in South Central Oregon, the Green Diamond TMA. This project provides over 600,000 acres of access. The project receives a payment of 30 cents an acre. The payment is reduced as the project receives dedicated enforcement by Oregon State Police as part of A&H's OSP enforcement project. The enforcement is very important to Green Diamond, and so they take a reduced payment to be able to maintain that enforcement. The Northeast region has 3 projects: Bear Creek that provides public hunting access as well as habitat work adjacent to the Eagle Cap Wilderness. The Iron Mountain access area that is the most popular access area in the Lookout Mountain unit, and the Virtue Flat access area that recently had its payment increased from $1.80 an acre to $2 an acre to represent all of the habitat work that has been completed on the property. Bear Creek and Iron Mountain both receive a payment of $2.40 an acre to reflect the opportunities that they provide. There are 2 projects from the Malheur A&H region, Pine Creek and McKenzie access areas. Pine Creek provides public hunting access to the valleys surrounded by BLM and Forest Service lands. The McKenzie access area is a popular hunting area for all species from chukar to deer to bighorn. Both receive $2.40 an acre payment to reflect the opportunities that they provide. The McKenzie access area did have one board member who voted against the project. He was supportive of the project overall, but the staff member who was providing the presentation could not answer why the project was worth $2.40 an acre, despite everyone who presents to a commission's had a deer in headlights moment, and unfortunately that was his. But the board member was supportive over the overall project, just thought they could answer that question. And then to answer that now, the recent habitat work, they did annual grass treatments under Open Fields Program dollars, as well as water improvements and a lot of other habitat work that they do through the NRCS. It's more valuable land in the surrounding BLM, so it holds more game animals and more wildlife. Lastly, the Northwest A&H region has 2 projects. First, the Upper Molalla Meadows Restoration Project, which is a habitat project brought forward by the Black-tailed Deer Foundation to restore open meadow habitat on BLM lands adjacent to private ground. Both Black-tailed Deer Foundation and the BLM are funding partners to this project. And the second project is the Thomas Creek Access. This is a new access project that provides almost 50,000 acres of commercial timberland access with thousands of acres of interspersed BLM that is adjacent to U.S. Forest Service lands. Thomas Creek landowners will receive a payment of $1.50 an acre, which reflects the fiscal realities of funding large acreage projects. The project probably scores out to receive $2.40 an acre, but the program could not afford to do so without reducing the acres they provide in other places. Staff recommend funding the 8 A&H board recommended projects. A&H staff confirmed with all landowners they were okay with the insurance requirement and would sign the agreement if funding was approved by the commission today. I can stop here for commission action on the projects or continue to issue 2 the insurance payment budget.
Commissioners, are you okay to stop here and vote on this one, and then we'll go to the insurance? Actually, I have one question, Travis, or I had one question until you answered it, but I want to comment on your answer because the question was why $2 an acre for some of these and $2.40 for others, and you answered it. But I also, the answer was that in recognition of the restoration value or the habitat value, which I think says something pretty impressive about being able to differentiate enough, and the program is refined enough that you can recognize those differences and do gradation. So great answer on that one in my view. So let's go ahead and, do you want to make a motion?
No, I don't want to make a motion. I just wanted, Travis, for you to provide some context on some of the accessing habitat land that we've recently lost out of our portfolio and what will happen with the funding you know what I'm saying?
Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, maybe I'll talk a little bit about that loss of that project and let Travis then talk about what that opens up for funding opportunities. And so, yes, unfortunately, our project in Northeast Oregon with Manulife, we weren't able to reach an agreement on the contract piece of it. As you saw earlier today with Minum, we've got a long history of working cooperatively with Manulife, and we value that relationship and want to maintain that relationship with them. In this case, there were a couple of things that caused us to unfortunately lose this project, and one of those was insurance requirements. And so the state has some insurance requirements. One is carrying general commercial liability insurance. And Manulife said they had problems with that. We're not able to remove that. Manulife also had a desire for us to make a modification of the contract that would allow them to remove properties kind of unilaterally. So make some changes to the contract unilaterally. And we can't agree to that. We're not allowed to enter into a contract where we're paying for a deliverable and then they can change that deliverable without us having a chance to weigh in. And then kind of third, they pointed out that there might be some opportunities for them to find some other financial, uses of that property. And so we really hate to see that go. We still want to maintain a good relationship with Manulife, and it's unfortunate, but when you're the state, you've got kind of contracting templates you use. Large companies have contracting templates they use. We go through a long process of back and forth between our attorneys and theirs to try to modify our templates to fit, and we just didn't find that middle ground here.
Okay, thank you. And then Travis has ideas of, hey, what do we do with the money now?
Certainly. Thank you. Excellent question, Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde. The board is put off updating our payment tables for far too long, in part because of the uncertainty surrounding how we would fund our open fields projects without federal funding. And so that really reduced what we were able to do. With Manulife stepping away, that frees up about 1.18 million over the next 3 years. So that gives us the opportunity to update our payment tables to make it more enticing to landowners so we can keep who we have and potentially gain them. It frees up additional funds to do habitat work, especially as we get a greater percentage of our funding from auction tag revenue that can be fairly volatile. And by doing more habitat work, that will allow us to adapt to changing revenue streams pretty quickly. And also to be able to include more property because of the increased budget that we have. The 2 projects from Northwest Oregon, the Moala Meadows and the Thomas Creek, were able to brought forward because we had additional funds available.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, I think we're ready for a motion on this one then. Go ahead.
I move to approve the 8 projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat Board.
I second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the 8 projects recommended for funding by the Access and Habitat Board. And Michelle, could we do a voice vote and then we'll do the second issue?
Holder Freeze,
Yes.
O'Dall,
Yes.
Morrison,
Yes.
Labhart,
Yes.
Spellberg,
Yes.
Hatfield-Hyde,
Yes.
Wall.
Yes. Thank you, unanimous. And we'll go to issue 2. So is it back to Travis or are you going to? Yeah, go ahead, Travis.
Yep. Thank you. The second issue before the commission today is compensation to landowners for the required insurance. DAS requires that A&H projects maintain a minimum of general commercial liability insurance with coverage of at least 1 million per occurrence and 2 million in aggregate. Excuse me. With the department listed as both additional insured and certificate holder. This requirement has introduced both concern and uncertainty for our landowners. For some of them, it's not an issue. It's something they deal with all the time. For others, it's concerning. They don't want to talk to their insurance agent. And it can be quite costly when they go to them and find out that they don't have that coverage. So this budget allows the A&H program to fund the insurance requirement to ensure it does not become a barrier to participation in the program. The project will only be, this funding will only be used for the commercial general liability requirement when they don't have it, and then to fund the adding the department as additionally insured for our smaller landowners. If other types of insurance are required, those would need to be put into the grant application, just because they can become quite expensive for all the various other items that DAS could require for an insurance deal, depending on what the project is doing. But for our access projects and for most of our habitat projects, the minimum is the only requirement.
Thank you. Questions, commissioners, thoughts? Commissioner Labhart?
Yeah, this is a one where I went, what? So maybe Brian, you can help me. The A&H program's been in effect for 33 years. Have we ever had any kind of a claim, liability insurance claim?
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, I don't know if I can answer if there's ever been a claim against essentially a landowner or the state over the last 35 years. That's pretty uncommon. But this is one of our requirements when we're entering into a contract and expending that money. DAS requires it. And it's our biggest concern here is really around those smaller projects, those smaller landowners that may not have commercial liability insurance. And that's why we're offering this help to landowners, the assurance to some landowners that, hey, we're gonna kick in a little bit of money to cover the costs that your insurance provider might charge you for the consultation, to add this on if you've got projects that we're paying under $35,000.
So I know you're defending DAS, but I still, if I read this right, recent updates from DAS now require to be included additional insured. Only 100% increase in insurance, 100%, one way into 2 million. And it's just like, do you do something to solve a problem, or do you anticipate that we may have a problem? So that's why I'm going to support it, but man, I'm going, here we have a really good program, and now we're going to double the insurance requirement. And now we got to use our money to help them. And there's might be some that, I know Manulife mentioned that, but there might be others that say, well, I'm not participating in that. I mean, is there some kind of issue there? So it's just a frustration, just like, what? No.
Commissioner Morrison.
Yeah, thanks. I think I share some of Commissioner Labhart's frustration around this, but unfortunately, it's kind of the society that we live in. But it does present perhaps some impediments to some folks. The question I have, though, is about the $100 payment and about how we landed on that. It just seems pretty small, and I don't know if that was based on kind of input that we got from folks that we're working with, or where that came from.
Yeah, Chair Wall, Commissioner Morrison, Travis has become a bit of an expert on insurance over the last whether he wanted to or not. And so I'm going to let him take that.
Yeah, thank you. Excellent question. The $100 is to basically just to incentivize, to recognize that going to talk to your insurance agent is a pain. And you have to update your scheduling, things that you weren't planning to do. Now you get to go talk to them. So to compensate the landowner to go do that, the $100 was chosen as just to represent the rough amount of time it would take to go into town, go talk to your insurance agent, explain to them where you're at, what you're doing, and then come back. So the total payment to an individual landowner would be the $100 to go talk to their insurance agent, plus once they have the receipt of, okay, that adding you to the additional insured costs $50, costs $100, whatever that is, then we would also reimburse them for that value as well.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I guess I understood that. And I think that paying for the additional cost of the insurance makes good sense. I just wasn't sure if we'd heard from some of the landowners. Yeah, roughly $100 is about what it would cost me to, like you said, make that trip into town and deal with the unpleasantness of signing a bunch of new insurance papers.
Commissioner Spilberg.
Yeah, Chair Wall, thank you. And this really isn't about insurance. It just, before I lose these guys, I just have a question. but nothing to do with, we already, passed the motion. But on these areas, like that Thomas Creek access area, that's almost 50,000 acres. If the public wants to find out information about that, I see it's Weyerhaeuser and Avery and Weyerhaeuser lands. Where do they go to find out information on where to access or where to get a map of that area?
I'm looking at you, Travis.
Yeah. Excellent question, Commissioner Spellbrink. You can, once this is approved and we have funding and we have the contract in place, it will show up on our website. And it'll also be added to the Oregon hunting map. So it'll be in both of those places. For the web page that covers all of our hunting areas is like in the top 15% of the pages that are viewed on our website. So the rest of the A&H program nobody cares about, but the funding ones they do, are the where the projects are and how they access them are covered there.
Should be able to find information on the website.
Yeah. And in the
Correct.
Yeah.
Regulations.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Labhart, I believe you're asking if those are also found in the regulations. If it's a travel management area with restricted travel, it's in the regulations. Access and habitat projects don't always line up well with regulation printing. And so, some of those basic access areas are on that web page. Again, one of the most popular pages that we have that people visit. And we just can't always hit that regs printing cycle. And so
Doesn't have it, thought it did have it. Here's where you go to find that.
yes, we have information in there on where to go to find some of those.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm ready to make a motion, and I just want to say that if the Access and Habitat Board has come up with this provision about insurance, I'm sure it's because there is concern and interest in supporting especially smaller private landowners, and actually it is expensive and a pain in the blank to go to town for some of us, right? It's a trip. So I understand where some of these people are coming from, but I just want to appreciate, Travis, what you do as always, and make a motion. I move to approve the insurance requirement. Make sure I got it right here. Do I have the right one here?
Yes, number 2, right there.
I move to approve the insurance requirement payment administrative budget as proposed.
Second.
I'll second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the insurance requirement payment as it was just read into the record. Let's do a thumb vote on this one if we could, please. And it's unanimous, Michelle. Thank you. Commissioners, we have one more small or short issue, and then we're going to go right ahead. Thank you, Brian and Travis. Fish screening task force appointments, and I believe that Catherine is online, right?
Yes, she is.
Are you coming up, Tom? Okay.
Is again, the backup for virtual.
Oh, okay.
These are the seats.
Good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Tom Stahl. I'm the Deputy Administrator for Inland Fish. Happy to have before you today the appointment of 2 fish screening task force. That of our task force out of the screening passage program. There's also a fish passage task force. And Catherine Norholm is online, and she is going to be presenting this topic to you. I'll be here for backup. So,
Great.
Catherine.
Thank you.
I'm sharing my screen. Okay, good afternoon, Chair Wall, Vice Chair Hatfield Hyde, members of the commission, Director Colbert. For the record, my name is Catherine Nordholm. I'm the statewide fish screening and passage coordinator, and I'm here today with 2 fish screening task force appointments for your consideration. The Fish Screening Task Force is a public advisory body established by statute to advise the department's fish screening program. The Fish Screening Task Force is made up of 7 volunteer members who can serve up to 3 two-year terms when appointed by the commission. 3 members represent the agricultural sector, 3 represent fishing or fish conservation, and 1 member represents the public at large. Currently, we have 2 vacancies on the fish screening on the task force, 1 position for an agricultural representative and 1 position for a representative from fishing and fish conservation. We recently held an open recruitment for these 2 positions, along with 2 positions from the Fish Passage Task Force, which were appointed by the director in December. 2 candidates applied for the Fish Screening Task Force and were interviewed for those positions. We are recommending that both of those applicants for the Fish Screening Task Force, Harry Byther for the agricultural representative position and Alex Hardinson for the position to represent fishing or fish conservation. Harry Byther is from Echo, Oregon. As the irrigation director for the 3 Mile Canyon Farms, he has experience working closely with local farmers and irrigators, giving him strong connections to the irrigated agricultural community and making him a good candidate to fill the vacant position representing agricultural interests. Alex Hardinson is from Bend, Oregon, and applied for the fishing or fish conservation vacancy. His experience as the Crooked River steward for the Native Fish Society has given him experience advocating for sustainable water management and habitat restoration. Their applications are included in the commission packet as attachment 2, and I'd be happy to answer questions from the commission. But if there are no questions, I have prepared a motion for your consideration.
Vice Chair Hatfield-Hyde, do you have a question or would you like?
Yes, first of all, I want to say I'm really thankful for the good candidates you have put forward.
Yes.
And I realize it's difficult sometimes to fill these positions. I do want to note when we look at the map, there is need for more representation down in the Klamath region on the fish screening task force, given upcoming and current issues down there. So I'm just going to throw that out there. When you guys are in recruitment, if there's any way to get that into your mental brain. But otherwise, I support the good work and the good candidates you're putting forward with the task force.
Thank you. Commissioner Morrison.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also supportive of the candidates. They both seem like they're very well qualified, and I particularly appreciated that both of them hit on, their interest in collaboration and being open to, varied viewpoints. So that was great to see that in both their application packages. I guess my question or comment comes back to the first part of what Commissioner Hatfield-Hyde said, which is, it is a little bit concerning that, there were only the 2 applicants and you had to do some additional work to even get to that place. I don't know if there are other things that we collectively can do to try and get a greater degree of interest in these positions, but certainly welcome hearing your thoughts about that. And again, this has nothing to do with qualifications of these 2 candidates. I think they're great. But it's sad that it was just those 2.
Any thoughts, Tom or Kath? Go ahead.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Morrison, some of our positions have been historically hard to recruit for. And we are always actively looking for new ways to improve recruitment and interest. I do know that Catherine and the program did an extensive amount of outreach. But we will continue to think about ways maybe the commission can help us and how we can do some of that specific outreach in the Klamath community. And Catherine, if you have any other thoughts, feel free to add those as well.
No, I wholeheartedly agree with both of those comments and the need to try to get representation in that area. And we will continue specifically reaching out and trying to target that geographic representation for our next recruitments.
For me, we have so many volunteers that help us achieve our mission. And this is just another example of just folks that are willing to step up and dedicate so much of their time to be a part of these important groups. So just really grateful for these two folks willing to serve.
Good point. Motion?
No.
Oh, do you have a question?
Question. I want to follow up on Commissioner Hatfield Hyde. So I know these announcements come out and once in a while we do see them, but maybe you could, when you do have an announcement for an A&H or R&E or STEP or whatever, just make sure the commissioners get a copy, because Commissioner Hatfield Hyde has huge contacts in the Klamath area. I have contacts in Central Oregon, and maybe we could help, just to reach out to some of our contacts and say, hey, there's, talk to your group. There may be some opportunities here for you to continue to volunteer here and make, so there might be an opportunity there. So we can help. That's what I'm trying to say.
Chair Wall, Commissioner Liebhart, we appreciate that and we'll take you up on it.
Thank you. Is there a motion on this one?
Move. I move to appoint Mr. Harry Byther, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, as a representative for agricultural interests, and Mr. Alex Hardison as a representative for fishing or fish conservation interests on the fish screening task force.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to appoint Mr. Harry Byther as a representative for the agricultural interests and Mr. Alex Hardison as a representative for the fish or fish conservation interests, as was read into the record. Let's do a thumb vote on this one if we could. And I think it's unanimous. Thanks.
I see.
So we will break then for lunch. And Commissioner, so you know, Bob mentioned yesterday and mentioned again today, there is a chance during the lunch hour to get a virtual reality tour of Minam. And I think Commissioner Hatfield Hyde might even want to test it first. But anyway, you have that chance during lunch to do that, and it takes 5 minutes.
I'll do it.
Apparently it's remarkable according to
So
Bob.
risky, this fancy technology.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, I hadn't even.
What time do you want to read?
Commissioners, do you want a half hour or 45 minutes?
Half hour.
Okay, half hour. We'll be back at 10 till 1.
Yeah.